Good evening and welcome to Fantastic Dimensions. We are going to play Stalker, the role-playing game tonight. So this is a sci-fi role-playing game. It uses a diceless system called the Flow system. It was created by a company called Burger Games. You can find it on DriveThruRPG in PDF form, or you can buy print copies from Lulu if you're interested. So I'm going to read a bit of kind of an introduction just to the actual game, the setting, I guess if you call it, itself. And then we'll start with the role play with your characters. So it's been 13 years. All of a sudden, strange lights were seen all around the globe. Communications were disrupted. The northern lights went wild, and numerous light and vapor trails were observed in the upper atmosphere, as if a huge meteor shower had hit Earth. The phenomenon was the strongest in the northern hemisphere, but it could be observed everywhere. According to seismic data, several objects hit Earth, striking along the 43rd parallel. All communications with the assumed impact areas broke down. Then, as quickly as it began, the phenomenon ended. What happened next remains unclear. The impact sites could not be reached. The authorities received snippets of information from different sources telling about fires, monsters, thousands of refugees, and hundreds of dead. Rescue units vanished without a trace. The refugees who made it out were often badly injured or suffered from strange poisonings and diseases. It took days before the situation could be brought under control and the borders of the areas determined. The refugees' stories about strange figures in the sky or striding through burning streets sparked off rumors about an invasion by a foreign power or even aliens. While rescue workers were establishing refugee camps and field hospitals, governments sent thousands of soldiers and hundreds of vehicles into the impact zones to repel the possible invasion and to search for the missing. Behind them came criminals and looters, targeting the homes of the rich and the vaults of abandoned banks. Few made it deeper than a few hundred meters. Even fewer made it back. Behind the invisible line, the laws of nature had gone mad. Gravity concentrations crushed even the strongest of tanks. People boiled alive in bubbles of vacuum, and corrosive clouds ate through everything organic in their way. The governments were powerless, the scientists stunned. The tragedy of the visitation touched the entirety of humanity, and the hundreds of thousands of dead and missing were overshadowed by the fact that humanity had lost its grip on its own world. The scientific worldview was shaken to its very foundations, but the changed areas did not fit any religion's teachings any better. Beyond the border lay a field of death, filled with corpses and debris. Sometimes unknown powers raged there like a storm, but often only strange lights, distorted colors, silent movements, and unexplained sounds revealed that death was still lurking. Some of the bodies have never rotted, and some of the vehicles still have their engines running. The refugees' accounts are uncertain, they contradict one another, and many of them tell of observations that are impossible to human senses. Common to the stories, however, are huge shapes floating in the sky and strange beings moving amidst the fire and chaos. Then spaceships and aliens. According to the prevailing theory, the event was not a meteor shower, but the arrival of alien life forms on Earth, either from another star system or an entire universe, bringing the elements and phenomena of their own universe with them. People talk about a visit or a visitation. Back in the day, attack was also suggested, but this never caught on. The purpose of the visitation can only be guessed at. There is no indication that the visitors ever attempted to communicate with us. Some still believe it was an attack, some that humanity is being prepared for a later contact, or that the visitation is not over and the visitors are still within the zones. It has even been put forth that the visitation happened by chance, just because Earth happened to be an attractive rest stop on some cosmic journey, and it was a roadside picnic with no higher purpose. There is no evidence to conclusively prove or disprove any of these claims, and the debate continues. The visitation theory is widely accepted, but there are dissenting voices. For example, there are no recordings of the claimed visitors or their spaceships. A lot of what is known about the interior of the zones is based on the contradictory accounts of refugees and the stories of criminals known as Stalkers. They have sometimes been used as explorers, and also most of the publicly available photographs from the zones have criminal origins. The changed areas, with all their strangeness, have been suspected to be either a badly understood natural phenomenon or the visible effects of some unknown event of quantum physics. Paranormal and religious explanations are rife, and of course some people claim that the whole thing is just a cunning plot by the government, the terrorists, or some other weird global conspiracy. The general public knows very little about artifacts or monuments, and mostly hears about them in the context of the accidents that they cause. People involved in xenological research mostly consider artifacts to be remnants and refuse of a foreign culture and technology. That would make them proof of the visitation theory, but some think they are a gift from the aliens, an attempt to raise human science and technology closer to their own level. Their opponents point out that despite their strange powers, many artifacts appear to be more like precipitates or crystals from the unnature of the zones rather than pieces of machinery. This would also explain how more artifacts can sometimes appear even without reliable observations of visitors. The most common of the alternative theories is the idea of a momentary brush with another dimension where the laws of nature were different. In the resulting exchange of matter and energy, both dimensions would have left shards of itself in the other. Perhaps somewhere beyond the cosmos, an unknown species is now wondering at the strange areas formed on their own world, with substances and technology that are just as foreign to them. So you three are stalkers. You are specialists who make illegal ventures into the zones to recover artifacts and various bits of these strange technologies, to bring them back to civilization and to sell them to the highest bidder. Oftentimes rogue organizations, or sometimes even shadow organizations representing the institute itself or foreign governments. You all three live in Toulouse, France, right on the border of Zone France. Zone France, I believe, is about 88 kilometers in diameter, and all of the zones are perfect circles, and they all exist on the 43rd parallel around the world. There are zones also in China, Russia, Japan, the United States, and Canada. But Zone France is your stomping grounds anyway. And the three of you have been contacted to make a meeting with a dealer. He says he has an offer you can't refuse, and he wants you to meet him in a seedy, dark bar in the city of Toulouse, which we are going to call the Dungeon. Now, the Stalker community is small enough that you would all know of each other by reputation. So what I would like to do right now, real quick, is we'll just go one by one. I'll call you by name. Give us a quick little intro of your character, maybe tell us, your name, general appearance, and anything else you want to share if there's any interesting character things or anything that people might know about you from your reputation as a stalker. So if you'd like to go first, Taylor.
Yeah, so I'm playing a scout. She goes by Recon, but her name is Mel to anyone who knows her very well. She's very small, thin-framed, looks almost gaunt. There's not a lot of extra flesh or fat on her, and she's always wearing long sleeves, even if it's hot.
Okay. John, why don't you go ahead and tell us about your stalker? You're muted, John. Sorry. John? No? Mute button?
Sorry. I didn't realize that it had automatically muted. I had a different mute button. Sorry.
No, sorry. I had muted you because there was a lot of background noise or something.
Sorry. I'm portraying Professor Boris Romanov. He goes by Dr. Boris. He was a former Russian scientist, and he was focused on industrial engineering and environmental hygiene. And he got involved with a group of scientists in investigating some xenotechnology. There was an accident, and he was the only one that survived. He's gaunt, thin, lean, scars all over his face. Rumored is he's blind, but doesn't appear to have any secondary effects from it. He still gets around, does whatever he needs to do, and he's a Sharik, or a professor. He's the go-to guy for information, learning about things and figuring things out before bad stuff happens with you.
Okay. And Heath, go ahead and tell us about your stalker.
Yeah, we playing Brick. He's a big son of a bitch, standing about 6'5", tipping the scales at nearly 300 pounds. He's of Icelandic descent. He's very proud of his Viking heritage. He's got a long plaited mustache, tomahawk. He's always wanting to use before a gun. His head shaved, that he claims is from some zone beast that he slew in single combat.
Excellent. So essentially, if I'm reading this correctly, we have a scout character, we have a professor or a info character, and we have a soldier essentially in Brick. So should work out quite well. So the three of you all were asked to come to the dungeon this night. It is late at night. It's in fact, you were told to meet this dealer at midnight. The only name you were given for the dealer, was I lost it here. Sorry, Fink. The dealer's name is Fink. So when you arrive at the dungeon itself, the city has changed quite a bit since the visitation, because a good portion of the southeastern portion of Toulouse falls within the zoo, or within the zone, I should say. Since that time, the population has dwindled dramatically. Obviously, the southeastern portion of the city is all but uninhabited, seeing as it falls within the zone itself. There are various, maybe refugees or mutant communities and things of that sort that probably do still live within the ruins on the zone side of the border. And along the actual border area itself, outside of the zone, also, there'd be a lot of people who live in the kind of run down or ghetto-like conditions there. The Institute has pretty much taken over the running of the city. This is the Institute of Alien and Xenotechnology, essentially. They're a extra national organization, I guess you could say. They don't operate under any one particular government. They exist specifically to manage the zones, to kind of control the borders, keep people from going in to the zones, and some people say maybe even to keep other people from coming out of the zones. So the city of Toulouse itself is a shadow of what it once was, and the dungeon represents that when you arrive. It used to be a pretty big happening nightclub of a place before the visitation, but now when you arrive, the inner decor is still much the same. It's very dark, very smoky. There's loud industrial and techno music playing all the time. But when you go in, even here at midnight on a Friday night, there's almost nobody in the place. You see half a dozen people here or there. You might see a lone couple actually on the dance floor after having way too many drinks, dancing, if you can call it that, to this blasting electronic music. The barman behind the bar is exceedingly French. He's wearing a button-up shirt, a little bow tie, and but he's got like a kind of almost like a leather vest on over it. And he looks at you and he smiles very artificially until he sees Brick. He looks at Brick and his smile broadens and he winks.
I throw up like one of the finger guns, the tongue click. I'm gonna wink his way as well, and I saddle up to the bar.
He says, "What can I get for you? What would you like to drink?"
As strong as you got.
Very well. And your companions? The old man? The young lady?
As it looked like they could handle water.
Whiskey,
Yeah.
neat.
I will have a whiskey on the rocks without the whiskey.
Like I said.
Very well. So he pours you a whiskey neat, Mel. He puts up a glass of ice for Dr. Boris, and he pulls another bottle out from under the counter. It's unlabeled. He pours a very dark caramel colored liquid into a glass for you, Brick. And he says, I believe the man you are here to see is waiting at the corner table. If you stick around for a few hours, maybe we'll talk after my shift finishes, yes?
Yeah, I think something can be arranged. Yeah.
Yikes.
And I'll throw that back. This, this thick liquid is burning down my throat.
Yeah, it does have a bit of a burn to it. It's really smooth at the same time, though. It's some kind of brandy, you reckon? So
It's very good. Good stuff. Where did you get this one from?
oh, my cousin makes it out in the country.
Homemade, huh? It's very good. I think you should get some mead.
Mead. Well, I will think about it. For you, maybe I can make something work.
Something special, huh? Maybe I'll pick you something up next trip to the zone, huh?
Well,
My back, I scratch yours, huh?
yes. If you like, we can scratch each other's backs later tonight.
Oh, a finger gun and a
Can
wink.
admire.
So I got to see man about the horse. I guess that's what they say. I'll stand up, stretch a little bit, and then head over to the corner.
Yes.
Mel rummages around in her pocket and comes up with something in her hand, can't quite see, pops it in her mouth, and drinks it with the whiskey.
Very good. And Dr. Boris?
Boris is just going to roll the ice around until it melts a little bit and head over towards the table. Quiet, as always, observing the room.
Very good. At the corner table, you'll see a man sitting there. He has a bottled beer in front of him. It's half empty. And he's looking at you, all three of you, as you approach. He's a rather small man. He's sitting down at the moment, but you reckon he, just from looking at him, he doesn't look to be a very tall or very large stature. He's his head is bald. It looks like he's shaved most of it, although it also looks like he's probably missing a good portion of his hair. His age is hard to place. Just looking at him, he looks like he could be up around 50 years old, although on closer observation, well, for those of you with eyes that can see anyway, you think he's actually probably quite a bit younger than he looks, and that he's either sickly or has just lived a really hard life. He has a briefcase sitting on the table in front of him, and he has 3 chairs pulled up around the table as well. He gestures at.
Get one of the chairs out, sit down on it, flipping it around backwards, leaning over the backrest. I'll point at him. You think?
Yes, I'm Fink, and kind of leans over the briefcase, and he, kind of crosses his fingers into, clasps in front of him, and he leans down with his chin resting on his thumbs. And he says, "Thank you very much for coming. I've heard of you all for your reputation. I understand you can get into the zone, maybe retrieve something, bring it back for a considerable compensation, yes?"
What kind of compensation? What are we talking about here?
He looks at Boris, sitting there doing some kind of almost like a breathing exercise, it looks like. And he looks over at Recon. Did Recon sit down, or is she standing?
She's standing with her arms crossed, but she has one foot up on the chair.
Mm-hmm. He looks back at you, Brick, as well. He says, "Well, the item that we wish for you to recover is an artifact, suspected to be a very powerful one at that. For this artifact, my client is willing to pay 1 million euros for retrieval." Now, this stands out to you. You've heard of artifacts selling for around 100,000 and things of that sort. It's a very good amount of money for any one stalker to make. Of course, you are at the moment look like a team of 3, but for somebody to be offering this kind of money, you reckon it must be something very valuable indeed.
Well, with
How
a
much
number
did he
like
say
that,
he was going to pay? Anybody? I missed it. He cut out on me.
He's willing to pay you 1 million euros. The team, not individually, but like I said, that's a very, very considerable amount of money.
well, Fink, with a number like that, you've certainly got our attention.
Well, before you get too excited, and he opens up the briefcase and pulls out a folder, and he opens the folder and pulls out a piece of paper. He says, "Obviously, this artifact may not be easy to obtain." He says, he hands a piece of paper, pushes a piece of paper across the table, and it's got some coordinates on it, which you can look at, and a little bit of a map kind of the Eastern Ruins section of the zone. He says, "It's rumored that this artifact has the ability to control weather, or at least affect it in some way. There are constantly storms raging in the area of the where we believe the artifact to be. You have heard of a stalker named Treader, yes?" And you all have.
Sal Treader?
Yes. He was hired by the Institute to lead a group of their specialists into the zone to retrieve the artifact. 2 weeks ago, none of them returned.
I know Treader by reputation, and he's no slob.
Yes, he was a very skilled guide. My clients had used him before.
The Institute.
Skilled enough, huh?
I am not in a position to disclose the identity of my client. You understand the nature of this business.
Mm-hmm. Most of us here aren't stupid. We know it's hard for anyone to come up with that kind of money.
Indeed.
You mentioned coordinates. Dr. Boris is swaying his head side to side. He focuses on the other gentleman. Can you say the coordinates out loud, please?
Well, they are on that piece of paper right there in front of you.
Simple request.
Very well. He grabs the piece of paper and he reads off the latitude and longitude.
As he reads them off, he writes in the air as if he's writing in a notebook and records them down.
As I said, they are in the eastern ruins near Saint Sulpice sur Lize. First, I hope I said that right. Yeah.
Are there any other requirements? Is there a timeline? Does it have to be sealed in lead? Is there something that we should know that you haven't told us yet?
We do not know the nature of the artifact itself, so you will have to take whatever precautions you believe are necessary for transportation. However, I will add that my client will not pay full price for a broken artifact. The price offered is for a fully functional artifact. If you return without the artifact, my client will consider buying whatever information you can bring back.
A fully functional artifact that's currently in the middle of a maelstrom.
That is correct.
And we're just supposed to pick it up and walk out?
Well, if I could do what you do, I would be a stalker myself. Not a middleman.
So the assumption is that the device is functional at this point because of the weather conditions?
It is presumed that the artifact has something to do with the conditions of the weather, correct?
Couldn't it be that the artifact is broken in fact, and that's why there's so many weird weather conditions? So how much less are we talking about? This could be a goose chase.
Well, if the artifact is indeed responsible for the maelstrom, which seems to constantly take place around Saint Sulpice sur Lize, then my clients will pay the full price for it.
Very
The
well.
nature of these artifacts, you understand. Who knows that they aren't all broken, but they do strange things, yes? And that is what my client wants. They want that artifact.
This would not be my first time going and looking for something, bringing it back, and having the client be disappointed. The zone is full of tricks.
The world is full of tricks, Doctor. But it is a tricky business. Meeting with me, of course, is not any kind of contract. You're free to walk away if you do not feel comfortable with the offer and conditions.
No. I relish the opportunity to go back to the zone. I'm fine.
It's good money. I won't turn it down.
Yes, it
Rick?
is
With that
possibly
sort of money,
retirement money.
with that sort of money offered at the end, is there anything that we could work with in the front end? Supplies, logistics, that sort of thing?
Well, you are all stalkers. I suppose you can find supplies of your own. This is your trade.
It is, but with that sort of deep pockets to be working with, our success would be that much more assured with a small investment of resources. Nothing extreme. Food, water, small tools, that sort of thing.
Yes. My clients thought that you may wish to bargain. He reaches into the briefcase again, and he pulls out 3 envelopes and tosses them on the table. He says, "Now, if you pick up that envelope, we are in a contractual agreement."
Dr. Boris,
Up.
he sways his head back and forth, and he reaches in, he picks the envelope up.
The envelopes contain €1,000 each.
He smells the money, takes it out, puts it away.
Yeah, you can tell, obviously, just from the, your sense of smell tells you, of course, that they are indeed notes, and you can tell by the size and everything of them, you know what denomination they are. So
They have little texture indicators on them.
yeah, they do that as well. You're right. But they're also in euros anyway. Every note is of a different size. So
Yes. This will be most acceptable. Thank you.
look forward to hearing from you.
How do we get in
Yeah.
touch with you when we get back?
My number is on the sheet of paper there with the coordinates. You can contact me when you get out of the zone and you wish to meet. We can arrange a meeting and make the trade then.
Very well.
If we do not hear from you, well, I know how to find you. I found you once before.
Well, it's late. Our business is complete.
Indeed. He drinks the rest of his beer. There is no specific timeline on this. However, I would hope to hear back from you in the next couple of weeks.
Oui.
Good luck then, gentlemen. Lady. And he stands up from the table and he starts to walk towards the exit.
Recon just kind of mutters to the doctor because middlemen always give me a weird feeling. I prefer people who do business themselves.
All the mundanes are like this. I prefer to stay in the zone. It's much more logical in the zone.
So Boris, as you're paying kind of extra attention as this guy walks out, you hear his footfalls, you hear him go to the door, you hear the door open, you hear him say something to the bouncer outside as he leaves. And you can hear the sounds of the bartender pouring another drink behind the bar. There is an old gentleman sitting at the bar who smokes too much. You can tell by the sound of his breathing. There's a couple out on the dance floor who have had way too much to drink. You can smell them from here. And there are 3 other people also in the bar sitting at a table on the opposite side from where you guys are currently. They sound like young people, probably working class on a night out.
Very well. Do you have any objections to beginning now? Do you all need to sleep? Because I'm ready to go.
I might need to just make a quick stop, make some good use of this extra cash, and then I could meet. It shouldn't take more than 3-4 hours. Or we could just leave in the morning.
Would you like to know what you know about the Eastern Ruins?
Sure. The morning is fine. We can agree on that. We'll go our separate ways and meet up in the morning. We'll pick a spot somewhere, a marketplace where we'd be able to pick up some tools, like an open market or something like that, a salvage market, something like that. That's what Dr. Boris would suggest. N'est-ce pas? Hello?
Yes, that sounds fine to me. We can meet nearest enough to the border so that we don't have to walk too far, and far enough that we can still get in unseen.
Agreed. What happened to our Viking friend?
Brick, I probably passed out. Is he under the table?
No, he's back at the bar drinking.
Talking to the bartender?
Yeah, smoozing him up. Brick's totally gay.
Cool. Nice.
Seems like he's got an admirer.
Yeah. Yay.
Okay. You guys want to split up, and you're going to meet again in a few hours, you said, yeah? The wee hours of the morning kind of thing?
Right. And you were going to tell us about the ruins?
Yeah, if you want to know, I'll give you the information that you know. You know that any buildings near the border are abandoned. Grass grows on rooftops of apartment blocks. You know that beyond the border, there's vegetation stops as if cut by a knife, and skulls of the dead stare longingly at the border fence. You would know that the walls of the buildings there are stained with dirt and water trails. Roofs are holed, and here and there walls have collapsed. But especially the big apartment blocks are so huge that even anomalies usually collapse only a part of them. You know that, let's see here. Large metallic structures have been hit hard, as if some giant squeezed them or bent them into weird shapes, especially visible on the railroad bridges, tower cranes, and long pipeworks. Some of the statues also look quite strange by now, as if something has tried to claw its way out from inside of them. There are plenty of quasi-chemicals and growths of all kinds, as well as, but as far as like inorganisms go, which are kind of like the strange, unusual life forms, they're generally pretty rare in that area. Anomalies, however, were not the only dangers that humans fled from. You know that the visitation interrupted the manufacturing processes of various factories, and poisonous chemicals have been leaking into the environment ever since. Broken pipes and containers created lakes of oil and chemicals. Some of these have dissipated over the years, but doctors in Toulouse still regularly treat heavy metal and chemical poisons or chemical burns. Anomalies occasionally make the situation worse by starting fires that never go out, or sprinkling harmful substances or even toxic metals into the air and on unprotected surfaces. Unlike the phenomena of the zone itself, these pollutants are not contained completely within, and sometimes leak over the borders into the border areas of Toulouse. The fact that there's not yet been a major environmental disaster downstream of the Garonne River has just been good luck. So you would suspect then, you look at the possibility of dealing with fires, poisonous gases, things of that sort.
All right.
Just some helpful information that a stalker would have before they prepare for a journey into that particular region. Okay. So you're splitting off. Brick, you're at the bar, schmoozing up the bartender.
Yes. That.
So he'll, if depending on what your intention. What's your intention anyway for the night? Are you gonna just schmooze this guy for discounts on drinks and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Do anything else with the night, or?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see where the night takes us. I'm gonna just chat him up for some drinks. Just be a nice conversationalist.
Yeah. His name is Jean-Francois, and if you're willing, the night will take you directly to his apartment, which is down the street from the bar, in about 3 hours.
Hey, you know what? Every trip into the zone could be the last, so might as well live it up.
There you go. That's your night sorted. Dr. Boris, where do you wish to go? It's like a little after midnight. Is there any kind of supplies or anything you wanted to pick up, or what did you want to do to prepare for your trip?
He's going to go out and follow his normal path and go back to his cache of his backpack and all his stuff that he had stored under some vegetation and such in a nasty little lot, so no one would bother it. And he's going to go over his list. He's going to be wanting a a canary or a finch in a small cage, and if he can't find that, he'll get a small chicken, and he needs at least one industrial style light bulb with a thick glass that's new or viable, and some jerky, some stone fruit, root vegetables, iodine tablets, baking soda, vinegar.
Okay.
And
Yeah, you can
that's
feel free.
basically,
You'll be able to obtain that stuff, no problem.
yeah, he's making a list.
You can add it to your equipment, yeah, or write it down on a piece of paper, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'm writing it down.
I presume you probably want to get gas masks as well, or
Yeah, that would be good. I didn't know if they were going to be available, but yes.
oh, absolutely, yep. And they would probably be very good to have, given what you know of that area, with all the various chemical leaks and poisonous gases and chemical fires, etc.
No, that's fine. A gas mask would be fine.
Okay, no problem. Oh, another thing too that a stalker should always have is you probably already have these anyway, but if you don't, you can add them to your character sheets. Is like a bag full of metal bolts, nuts and bolts, and things of that sort. They're useful for testing areas before
Sure.
you walk into them for anomalies and such.
I would assume that every stalker would be collecting those as they walk around wherever they always have 100 or so laying around.
Yeah, well, I know you watched the movie recently, so you'd be familiar
Yes.
with that. But just for the sake of those who haven't played or are unfamiliar
Oh, I'm
with the
sorry.
setting,
Yes, of course.
it's definitely something to have.
Have the two of y'all seen the movie at all or recently?
I have not.
As the stalker in the movie travels through the weird zones, as he approaches anything that's new, whether it be a section of a ruins or an open field or an abandoned car or anything like that, anything where the situation changes, he has a small piece of bandage, about 18 inches of bandage tied onto a nut, and he would throw it out there gently, not like purposefully to injure anything, but just to toss it out to cause a reaction. And depending on the reaction, he'd know whether to go forward or not. And they would also, each one would have their own color or their own shape of knots or their own little stick men or whatever that they do to hang up in certain areas as warnings or as tricks, because the stalkers trick each other too, to set up hot zones.
Yep.
So that's what he's talking about. It could be any little thing. You could use stones, but they use nuts in the movie.
Nuts work pretty well because of the weight and the fact you can tie it on the cloth and everything, and can track it very easily and find it again after you throw it. So, So what about Recon? Where does she want to go?
She'd probably go back to her kind of hidey hole, and she's usually got a bag with maybe some jerky, some rations that she won off someone in a card game. Maybe they're pretty nasty looking MREs. She probably would find a gas mask, buy one off somebody because she knows that area, and then she'd go find her dealer and probably use about half the cash that she was given to buy a new supply.
Yeah, you can score some heroin, no problem.
And she'll shoot up probably about 2 hours before the meetup time, give herself some recovery.
Oof.
Good idea. Excellent. Okay. So, Brick, you go and have your tryst. Boris, you go and gather all your supplies and prepare yourself. Recon, you go out, get your bit of supplies and your fix, and the time for your meeting comes. You said you were meeting probably in a market area or something, yeah? It's like 4 o'clock in the morning, so obviously the market's closed. Yeah. There'll probably be plenty of vagrants around and things of that sort. You might see some
I don't know. I think that the earlier market people, like the bakers and all that, would start showing up, and they would shoo them away. I would hope.
Well, yeah, some of them would, I suppose. You're right. It is. I guess 4 a.m. is about time for some of them to start setting up. But there's still plenty around. And beyond just the vagrants too, you would see obviously, various gang members and things kind of walking around and such. It's a very dystopian kind of setting here in Toulouse. So plenty of unsavory types around, but they don't mess with you guys. You guys are stalkers. You have reputations of your own.
Very good.
So the three of you meet back up. You've had time to kind of recover from your fix recon, so you're feeling pretty good now about this point. Now, what you need to do next is plan your entry into the zone, because there is a fence around it, of course, but there's always different types of doors in. So if you guys want to discuss amongst each other how you think would be, what kind of entrance do you want to try to make? What's your plan of action?
Is there just some sewage networks we can just go through, or less than not have to deal with any nonsense like the guards and all that other bullshit, border patrol?
The problem with that is that the Institute also knows of such things.
Exactly.
So, whereas many of them will be maybe cemented up and such, others would be guarded and things of that sort. So,
yeah, there'd be less ruckus though, right, in the sewers if we had to, pop
True,
off,
yeah.
so to speak.
Yeah, so Brick is favorable of maybe going in through a sewage entry and just killing some guards to get in.
Absolutely.
The sewers in this particular area are known to have inorganics, little things that crawl into your various holes that are under the water. I don't really favor crawling around there.
Yeah, I'll risk it.
Fair enough.
You might, Brick, but I don't think the professor here is going to be in much good in a fight. And
Brick.
myself, I prefer to avoid them.
Brick's already had things crawling into his holes tonight.
Right.
Threw up a little bit in my mouth there.
Didn't count on Professor Small Fry here being in a good fight. That's what I do. Okay, so I say we go to the sewers, come across any guard, we just deal with it, and bam, we're in.
So you're volunteering to be the meat shield on a known entry point to the zone.
Volunteering what? You cut out on me there.
Meat shield.
No. Volunteering to kill the stuff in front of me. So I don't think, a little girl and a little man here. Obviously, you need someone of my stature. Care of you. I'll do that.
How big is your dude?
6'5", 300 pounds.
Oh, I was going to say, because the professor's not that small, but he would be small to them, to that guy. I got you. Very good.
Recon just kind of looks at you guys and goes, there are more subtle ways in.
Question, I'd like to hear it. Otherwise, sounds like my plan's only plan on table, ergo is best plan.
She rummages around in her bag and pulls up some wire cutters. Goes, it's a fence. It's wire. We cut it. I usually don't have to make too big of a hole, but we might have to cut through the whole damn thing.
They have guards patrolling the fences.
Be careful that you don't set off any alarms. Look for the small wires.
There are sometimes guards patrolling the fence areas, yep. But if you guys are careful and fortunate, you may be able to pick a place at a time when the guards are not in the area. Or if you do see guards in the area, you may be able to kind of watch their movements and try to sneak in, almost under their noses in a sense.
when we find a point that they would like to do the invasive maneuver there, Dr. Boris is going to find a high point, even if it's just getting his head above the immediate area, and just focus. Slowly breathe, concentrate, swing his head side to side, and just focus.
So you want to try the above ground route?
I would prefer that.
Sounds like a vote of 2-1.
All in favor of sewers, raise your hand, and I raise mine. Okay. All in favor of the fence.
Hand raised.
Hand raised. You're outvoted.
Okay. And I guess if this was like a democracy, that means something. But I'll follow you anyways, I suppose, for now.
Well, how
What kind
about
of
this?
equipment do you have on you?
How about this, my big friend? We're starting off the day, and you would be wet in filthy water, and you'd be walking around with this sludge in your boots for the entire expedition. Guaranteed, we're going to get dirty. But why start off miserable to start off?
I mean, why delude yourself with illusions of cleanliness? Might as well just get right in it.
Well, feel free to roll around in the mud if you want to, but I'd like to avoid it if I could at first.
Oh, okay. Just kind of fixed you the stink eye.
So you all have your
It falls on my blind eye.
Rickon just goes, didn't you know, Doc? He's already been rolling around. Can't you smell it?
I could notice the difference.
What are you trying to say, huh?
You
Nothing,
stink.
Brick. Not a thing.
Oh, no, nothing.
It's a manly-
Nothing.
It's a manly musk, huh?
It is. You are very manly. Yes.
Doubly
if-
so
if-
from
Breathe deep.
yesterday.
If smell is any indication, you are a giant of a man.
Indeed. And like I throw my arms up right, double flex. Ah!
So you guys all have your
Somebody
packs
waiting.
with your various bits of equipment in them. Outside of your pack, so what are you carrying? So what do you have on you, Brick? You've got your two
I
hatchets, of course.
have a pair of axes. I have a couple hand grenades of varying design, frags, incendiary smoke. Have an AR-15
Really?
modified, and I have a pistol.
Okay.
Have you
And what
found
about
much
you,
use for guns in the zone before, Breck?
Sometimes you come across other stalkers aren't exactly friendly, and perhaps they want to take what you have. You need
Fair
to
enough.
defend yourself. So sometimes, wild creatures that need to be dealt with. So it's best to have it and not need it, than need it and not have it.
Very well then.
What about yourself there, Dr. Boris? Outside of your pack, what are you carrying?
Well, he's got his new items, the ones I just listed there. If I was able to find them all, was we able to get everything that he asked for?
Oh yeah. Yep, absolutely. You've got connections to your deployment stuff.
Whatever portion of the money he had left, he'd leave it with his city contact because he never really carries any money of any sort.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll give it to the money handler and let him take his cut and just hold on to it for him because he just doesn't deal with that mundane crap.
Sure.
But he got his finch or his canary, whichever was available, and this
yeah,
little
let's
small,
say it's a finch.
yeah, a little small finch in the cage, an industrial light bulb with a nice thick glass, the jerky, stone fruit, root veg, baking soda, vinegar, gas mask, his stalker nuts with the blue streamers. He assumes they're blue. He asked for blue. Binoculars, pop-up flares, and whistle. Now, as far as his regular pack that he has on, he has your typical, what most people would take with him. He's got a machete, a hunting knife, a small survival tomahawk that has the hammer on the one side and the axe on the other, some paracord, some light rope, a sleeping bag, a hammock, a tarp, cup, stew pot, fire starter, that sort of thing, an air horn, and a little first responder first aid kit.
Yeah.
And then
quick question about.
Go ahead.
What is paracord?
Paracord is the really
paracord
is the really skinny cord you see wrapped around knives, and it has you can cut it open and you can take all the small cords out and tie them together and make even stronger, longer cords. So like if you had 100 foot of it, you can make like 300 foot of a skinny line for doing fishing lines and nets and so forth. And I left a note that all the equipment that he had prior to what he just bought today was all handmade or crafted from scrap materials or discarded government military surplus.
Excellent.
I chuckle at your little tomahawk.
You said you have a mag light as well?
Mag light and a lantern. The lantern would be one of those crank lanterns. Crank it up, get like 15, 20 minutes.
Interesting that a blind man carries a flashlight and a
absolutely. It's very for good. Signaling. If I had to signal somebody at a distance, I could flash my light. I think of others.
Excellent. And how about you, Recon? What do you have?
So she's got her pack, but what's more visible is there's kind of the gas mask is hanging off it by a carabiner, and she's got her wire cutters out. They're just pretty small ones, but they'll get through, decently thick wire. And she's a knife at a little holster kind of in her belt. And mostly she just travels light. She looks at the dock with all of his gear and his big pack and the bird in the cage and the lantern, and she just shakes her head.
Yeah, you would know from reputation that the Doc is the kind of stalker who prefers to stay in the zone most of the time, whereas a lot of stalkers only go into the zone for jobs and then they come out and they stay in civilization as much as possible. There are some, such as Dr. Boris here, who actually prefer life in the zone. Okay, so since it was your idea, I'll let you describe to me, if you don't mind, Taylor, how you want to approach the fence and what your plan is for getting in. Obviously, besides just cutting it open, but what are you doing as far as approach and making sure you don't get caught by a patrol or anything?
So approaching, if there are buildings that are decently intact, I imagine there are some holes that we can see through and windows, and coming up alongside the edge of the building and using it as cover and as a kind of window to see where the guards are, keep an eye on them, watch movements. And how close would a building be to the fence? Would there be one within 50 feet, 100 feet?
I would say probably about 100 feet, yeah, because the Institute would have, for security purposes, tried to demolish any buildings that were too close. But these buildings, anyway, that you do get, they're mostly probably like apartment buildings and old abandoned office buildings and such. You will see quite a few people here and there. These are essentially like refugees and such, probably people who fled the zone. But, they live pretty, rotten lives out here on the border. There's no running water or electricity in a lot of these buildings and such, but so they kind of live like like vagrants and homeless people themselves here, living off of whatever scraps they can get and such.
How close are these people to us?
Oh, well, there's probably some of them in the buildings you're going through on your way, so some of them would be quite close, although they're not going to approach you. They would probably look at you all with a bit of trepidation, just because they know what you are. They know you're stalkers. They can tell by your equipment and the way you're moving about. You don't look like refugees. Yeah, they wouldn't want to get too close or engage conversation with you per se, unless you were to start it yourself. You see
Okay.
women, children, men, all sorts. A lot of them are probably elderly, though. The majority, it seems, but there are some younger people as well.
Okay. Before we get started, perhaps we could utilize some of these children and maybe set up a diversion, have them run down the link there and distract the potential security patrol. Is it worth it? You think it's worth it, or should we just keep going?
Is there a security patrol in this area that we've seen?
Yep. There are people.
Always patrols.
Yep. There are patrols all the time, but you've been watching them. Now, at this point in time, daylight is approaching. The sky is starting to lighten. So, but you would see these guards kind of going around there in their Institute uniforms. They're almost all white. They have gas masks, which they're wearing. They carry rifles very similar to the one that Boris is carrying, small assault rifles and such, with flashlight attachments on them. You'd also see occasionally in different spots. Now, you would have probably picked a spot as far away from any kind of spotlight as you could. Once in a while, you hear the rumbling sound of a Jeep that'll drive by on the border side of the fence.
The names that we have for the characters was Breck and
Recon.
Recon? Okay. Recon, would you do you see any mothers with children that look like they could run? Healthy enough to run? Any of those?
There's a
any of
couple
those
of
nearby?
scrawny, fast ones.
With their mother in
There's one
tow?
or two. Yeah, there's one over there kicking a ball around.
Call the mother over. He's swinging his head side to side, focusing on the figures that she spoke of.
She'll give the doc a funny look and take a few steps towards the mother and go, "Come here. We don't hurt you. Come here."
And this woman, she's she's probably in her early 30s or late 20s even, but she looks considerably worse than that. She's quite dirty, dressed almost in rags. Her hair was probably blonde at one point in time, but right now it's just kind of greasy and almost gray looking from all the dirt. And her eyes, you can see fear, probably distrust, and also at the same time, though, a certain amount of desperation as she kind of slowly kind of walks over to you, hunched over a bit. When she speaks to you, you'll notice that her teeth are all kind of rotten and cracked, and she's missing many of them. And she says, "What do you want?"
The doctor's going to take. Yes, the doctor's going to take out a couple pieces of the fruit and the root vegetables and wrap them up in a handkerchief, and said, "These are for you and yours. We just need one of your children to take this whistle." He's going to hand up this little crap whistle, not the good whistle he's got, but a little toy whistle, and to go down to the empty building over here when the patrol comes by and blow the whistle, blow the whistle, blow the whistle, and then have the child run away, and this food is for you. Can you do that?
Oh, you're going in. You want to use my child as a distraction.
Don't worry, they don't shoot children, usually.
she's looking at, well, of course, Dr. Boris might not see this, but she's looking at the small package of fruit and vegetables, and she says, "More. I want more."
No.
Recon
Child,
rolls her
come
eyes
here.
and pulls out like 2 granola bars.
No, he'll call the child over. Child, come here.
The kid stops kicking the ball and he looks over and he looks at his mother and she shakes her head, and he picks up the ball and he steps away a few steps.
Child, come here. And he's gonna give him both stink eyes, big wide open eyes, like with his horror face.
Your eyes are all white, right?
Yep. And he's got scars all around him.
Uh-huh.
And he's got that big old knot on his forehead. You can do the voice. Come here, 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 here. Come here, 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 here.
And the kid will start to step forward kind of slowly, and the mother will she'll take the pack that you offered her, and she'll greedily grab those couple of granola bars that Recon held out, and she says, "It's okay, Timmy, come here, Timmy."
He'll hold out the whistle. Said, now you
And the
tell your
boy-
boy in the words that he'll understand what I told you to do.
And she, starts speaking to him in French, and he nods, understanding. He looks to be about 6 years old, and he says, "When?"
Go now.
Okay, and he runs off with the whistle over down to the other building that you gestured at, and he starts blowing on the whistle, and you hear the guards kind of shouting amongst each other, and then they start to approach the building, and the boy comes running out, still blowing the whistle, and starts running down along the fence, away in the other direction, and you hear them shouting and shouting for him to get away from the fence, step away from the fence, and they go running after him.
As soon as they're kind of chasing him down a little ways, Recon is kind of low to the ground, trying to stay as much in shadow as she can until that last 100 feet, and then she's bolting for the fence, and she's just gonna clip, I'd say about 5.5 feet up, and all right, come on. Duck down, Brick, duck down. Think small.
Oh yeah. Oh, think small. Yes. And I'll do my best to squat down and crunch and freaking duck walk through this goddamn little hole.
Yeah, I mean, you probably catch some of your fur cloak on the fence. And it gets pulled off of you part way, and you have to kind of untangle it off the fence and get it back through.
Yeah, so I brush it off, inspect it. You see, but it is
With
good.
all that, Dr. Boris was observing through all this, so he just passes through the hole without any issue and gets on the other side.
Yeah, Recon went through first, and pretty much as soon as she saw that Brick was on his way, she's bolting for the nearest building inside the zone. Try and get out of sight of the guards whenever they turn around.
Okay. Yeah, you make it to. Sorry.
Dr. Boris will start clicking as he goes, click, 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 thump with his tongue, and making the same, following her the same direction.
Okay. And Boris, you follow as well?
Yes, that's what he's doing.
Not Boris, sorry. I mean, Brick. Yeah,
We're going to assume that's what he's doing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you guys make for one of those buildings, and it's an old burger joint actually, but it's like I said, the walls are all stained, and it's completely filthy inside. Nothing but just dust and grime, and you can hear the sounds of rodents scurrying around inside. But you guys get in there.
Okay. Did the guards, did this security patrol follow us?
No, nope. You managed to elude the security patrol. Your distraction seems to have worked.
Fair enough. In preparation for what could be an arduous dry run, he's going to sip some water and start chewing on some jerky. Offers a piece of jerky up to the air. Anybody want some?
I don't take seconds.
Right. Okay, let's get going then. What's the next location that we can see from here?
So you're basically moving through a kind of an old suburban area. All the buildings here are concrete. You see abandoned cars everywhere. You see, well, those of you who do see anyway, you can see skulls and bits of skeletons here and there on the ground of people who didn't make it out during the visitation. There's, it's been 13 years. There's no, the ones that you see anyway at the moment, anyway, there's nothing but skeletons remaining. But you can see skeletons inside some of the cars. And the sun is just starting to peek up over the horizon. Let's see, it rises in the east. So yeah, up ahead of you. Oh no, sorry, it'd be rising behind you. I apologize. And yeah, at the moment, the weather itself is it's a very kind of cool and damp air. There's the sky is completely cloud covered. So, the bits of sunlight are peeking through little holes in the clouds behind you, but ahead of you it looks much, much worse. It actually looks, well, besides the fact that it is darker, but the sky is much darker as well. And, you've got that smell in the air. You know that there's probably rain coming. And, yeah, you've got suburban streets and of old abandoned buildings, some of them partially collapsed. You can also smell something foul. Like I said, you know there were factories nearby and such too, so it's probably to do with some of those chemicals and such. Off to your kind of right, which would be off to the north, you would see some smoke up in the distance where there's some kind of a fire raging.
Is there any movement? Are we seeing any other people, other stalkers, people who are living here,
No.
creatures?
No, you see nothing at the moment. It looks completely apocalyptic and abandoned from everything you can tell right now. No signs of any mutants or anything of that sort. Running into other stalkers is probably pretty rare anyway, given the relatively few number of them and the size of the zone itself. Unless there was another stalker on the same job you were on, it's not too common to just run into a stalker here in the zone. Unless, like I said, unless they're maybe trying to follow you or something, but you don't see any signs of that.
Yeah, Recon would keep her eyes out for any sign of like treaders, kind of signature knot or color, because they said he'd gone this way.
You don't see any signs. You reckon either he didn't leave signs behind, since he was supposedly escorting a group of Institute personnel, or perhaps he took another route. It's entirely possible that he may have tried to enter somewhere further south, further away from the city proper. Now, to get to where you're going, let me just look at the map here real quick. Sorry. Okay, so you are here. Yeah, you pretty much, you can see actually to kind of ahead of you and heading kind of from in a southwesterly direction, the old E80 highway. Big concrete structure on supports and stuff.
At some point soon, we should be able to see, like within 6 miles. The average horizon's like 6 miles, so we should be able to see something of this maelstrom weather conditions. Yes.
Well, let's see here. You need to travel. You're going to have to travel a little over 20 kilometers to get to where
Okay.
you're going. So,
All right.
What is that in miles? That's about 12, 13 miles.
That sounds about right. I think it's like 14, but yeah.
Now, you will, of course, want to keep in mind that you want to watch out for strange anomalies and such. You want to be careful just in case, because sometimes if you're not being diligent, an anomaly you can fall upon an anomaly quite suddenly, and they can have disastrous effects. Some are harmless, many are not.
Right.
You do know from experience, however, that traveling on the highway itself is probably not a good idea. There's lots of places where it's become quite unstable. It's elevated and quite exposed, so quite wide open. So you probably want to not go on the highway. You might want to travel along it, to some extent, but not climbing up onto the expressway itself.
Based on our experience, how far into the zone do the patrols go?
Oh, not very far at all. They usually stay, in fact, on the other side of the fence. Once you're inside the zone, very rarely will they pursue you into it because it's just too dangerous.
Very good.
They'd rather just try to catch you when you either try to enter or try to exit.
Fair
So,
enough.
you guys are breaking your fast in this old abandoned burger joint, looking at your surroundings, planning your routes. You know you need to travel southwest, kind of the same direction that the highway goes to get to Saint-Sulpice, what the fuck ever it was called. Sorry. Saint-Sulpice-sur-Leze. And let's take a quick 5-minute intermission.
Okay.
Everybody needs to get coffee or something. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Fair enough.
Okay, I am returned. Okay, Taylor's back.
I'm back.
John's there. How about you, Heath? Are you there?
Never left.
Okay, cool. So we're all back. Okay, we'll pick right back up. Sorry about that. Now, at this point, it's important for me to establish some kind of a marching order, if you will. What's your plan of progression?
Doc should be second, whichever it is, so that he can stay with him.
Recon would probably go first.
Okay, Recon's leading the way. So, Brick, you okay with taking up the back?
Yep, it's fine with me. It's a favorite of mine.
Yeah. We've noticed.
Funny.
Okay. So as you're moving southwest, cautiously, occasionally tossing your nut up ahead to check for any kind of anomalies, steering clear of anything that looks suspicious or dangerous, I presume, Recon. Look at my map again. I should mark this page. Okay. So let's see if that's 20 kilometers. Yeah, you're going about 25 kilometers all told. You get about 5 kilometers in, and it starts to rain. And the sky, even though it's daytime now, at this point in time, it's got to be probably 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. But actually, it's probably even a little bit later than that because you have to move cautiously. So we'll say it's like around 10 o'clock in the morning.
Before you go any further, when rain's coming, for a regular person, you can usually smell it or feel it with a temperature change. But Doc would be especially sensitive to it. So he would give the duck and cover that rain's coming, and would get under cover to make sure that it wasn't acidic.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it just seems to be normal rain for now anyway. But the sky is very, very overcast and very dark gray. It's not exactly a gentle rain, but it's not a downpour either. It's a steady rain, we'll call it.
Very good.
Which helps a little bit with the noxious scent of the air. However, there is as the rain's kind of striking on the ground, and it's mostly going to be mud and concrete and things of that sort, since there's not really much growing over here anymore. It's creating a bit of almost like a steam effect from the ground itself, and there's a strong chemical kind of noxious scent coming from the ground. It smells and feels unwholesome, and you might even feel a little bit of an irritation in the eyes.
Yeah, Recon would kind of smelling and feeling this, put on her gas mask, and if the doc wasn't already doing it, she'd say, "Doc."
Oh yeah, he would put it on and clear his mask and then put it on. Maybe a little bit of baking soda under the nose to clear it.
Yeah, I'll slip my gas mask on as well.
Okay. Very good. And as you're moving along, you see a patch of green up ahead, Recon. It looks like grass growing up out of the mud here, kind of in the shadow of the expressway on your right.
Recon throws a nut at it, just kind of toss it, goes plunk.
Okay, so you throw your nut at the grass, and as it strikes the grass, it shreds the nut. The nut just like goes into the grass and just is like shredded into pieces as if it had been cut with some kind of a laser or something almost.
Now that's interesting. Is there a, slightly bigger rock or hunk of wood or something I could throw?
Sure, you can find
Yeah.
a piece of broken
Is there
concrete
any
that maybe fell off the expressway.
is there any cover nearby?
Well, there's an expressway on your right. There's going to be buildings here and there too. I mean, you're still very much in suburban Toulouse.
Doc will take some cover here in case something comes ripping out of the grass area.
Okay. Yeah, you find a big chunk of concrete.
Yeah, I'll almost kind of roll it on the ground. It's a low toss. Just kind
Okay.
of get it to the edge of that grass.
Yeah, and as it
See if it
rolls
shreds it.
into the grass, it too gets shredded.
Well, the schoolmistress from the old days would be really happy. She always hated us walking on the grass. This would cure you of it.
Funny.
She used to tell us there were fairies living in there and that we'd kill the fairies every time we stepped on it. She was batshit crazy, that one.
It sounds like it, because everyone knows that fairies live under toadstools.
Whatever you say, Doc, just don't step on the grass.
So Doc's going to focus from the immediate area and see if he can find a stick or something along that he can stick in the ground and set up a warning.
Okay.
And he'll stick one of his nuts with the blue assumed. I guess he's going to say at this point, are my streamers blue? And he's going to hold up the streamer.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
He's going to put the nut on there and he's going to let it flow in the wind, and he's not going to go anywhere near the grass. He's just going to put it there at the transition point, and anybody that should know would know.
You guys want to move around the left and away from the grass?
Yeah.
Good call.
So I'll kind of nudge Brick with an elbow. Go, you know, Doc, they're a little more teal than blue.
I like teal. Teal's fine.
It's like a seafoam green.
Oh, that's even better. Thank you. I feel better about my purchase.
And Doc, your bird is very upset.
All right, we need to stop.
It's making some pretty horrible sounds actually in that cage.
Okay, well he's gonna try to cover up the bird with his jacket to cut down on the air, and he's just gonna focus, breathe, start clicking to himself, and just swinging his head side to side, see if he can pick anything up.
You know, Doc, you could always put the bird in your gas mask with you. It might be happier there.
Raccoon, you need to shush for a moment.
Raccoon.
And he's going to focus.
You're not picking up on anything. There's nobody. You don't pick up on anything in the area. You don't think there's any other beings around other than you guys and your bird.
Perhaps we should go a different path. The air in this area seems to be poison. Poison on the ground, poison in the air. We should take this as karma. Go a different direction.
This way's faster. Why would we go another way?
Because the zone speaks to you if you'll just listen. The zone is speaking to us right now. It's telling us not to go this direction.
Oh, for the... Brick, what do you think?
I think we should have, went through the sewers. We could just go go under it, Like I said.
You do see a manhole cover.
Brick, if you want to be the first one down the sewer, you can tell us if it's safe.
Yeah, I can do this.
You do realize
So
that
where's the manhole cover at?
you do realize that many of the gases that can kill you have no smell, and that they get
Mhm.
And
trapped.
they're heavy.
Don't care.
They're heavier than air, and they'll be. Oof. This is why I travel alone.
I know, Doc.
Where's it at?
Me
Where's
too.
the manhole cover?
Me too.
It's about 10 meters off to your left. It's right in the
Like, is
middle
it
of
by the death
in the middle of one of
grass?
the- no. In the middle of one of these kind of suburban streets. You know, you still see abandoned cars along the streets. You see a few skeletons on the street, maybe 5 meters away from the manhole cover. Looks like an adult skeleton and a couple of children's skeletons. They're lying face down in the street.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll head over to the manhole cover and try to pull it up.
Yeah, you're a big, strong guy. You can do so.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
I use I think I like those like little bars. I'll use like my one of my axes to do the same thing, like the pick part,
sure.
pry it up.
And you know, the smell that comes out of it is it's that really strong standing water smell.
Right.
That, you know, that really noxious, you know, kind of gross water that's been sitting in the same place
So
for too
I'm
long.
gonna reach into one of my pockets and pull out a book of matches and light it one, just drop it in the hole.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it drops for about 10 feet and then goes out.
Comes up. No methane. We're good. And yeah, I'll move down the manhole.
Okay. It's pitch black inside here.
Okay. So I'll pull out my my rifle, my AR, and flip on the light that I have on the front of it.
Okay.
Bring it up to my shoulder.
As you're kind of on the ladder and looking down, you can see there is definitely water down here.
How much is he standing in water? How much standing water?
You go down
Well,
and
you
test
got
it
like
out.
walkways on either side, man.
There are, but it seems to be flooded somewhat.
Is it?
Recon kind of pokes her head down and goes, "If I have to get my feet wet, I'm not doing it. These boots stay dry."
As you're standing in the rain.
Well, at least dry of sewage.
You do know that her boots were made for walking.
How? I guess if it was
Got a big-
flooded, how much is it flooded?
Yeah, it looks like if you're going to walk along the walkways, you're probably in ankle deep water.
It's not so bad. My boots go up to half. They're like water, freaking combat boots. So whatever. It's not so deep, It's like well, how do you say, kiddie pool?
Doc's gonna tie a string onto his little cage and send it down into the manhole, down to where Brick is. Brick, watch my little bird, and put the little bird down there. Is he still alive?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and you can tell from the sounds that he makes, he's a bit more relieved once he gets underground. The air is not as noxious down there, ironically.
He's going to take out his lantern. And he's going to crank it, crank, and he's going to take the string and he's going to lower the lantern down and with the bird and say, "Brick, here, you can use my lantern."
Doc, he's already got a light. Just climb down the ladder, will you?
Yes, I got a light, Doc. Don't you worry.
We don't need your antiques. It's cute, but no thanks.
Like, yeah, it's like big, a real bright light. You know what I'm saying? You know, but it's got like a 10,000 mAh battery on one of the under rails of the gun, so it'll go a while.
Okay, well, this is a regular lantern. It'll light up the whole sewer area. But as you like, pull it back up, turn it off, and go down the ladder.
Okay, so you come down on the landing, the kind of pathway there where Brick is. Yeah, you're in like ankle deep water.
just as a joke, Doc's gonna say, "Hey, it's really dark down here."
It is, yes.
Recon chuckles as she's climbing down the ladder.
Okay, and you reach the bottom, and again, ankle deep.
Ugh. Oh, it's
Now,
like a shed house in here.
Doc's
Even
still gonna
through the
use.
mask.
Doc's still gonna put the lantern around his neck and hang it so that it's facing in front of him anyway.
Okay.
Them
so
them fancy boots you got there, Recon. You waterproofed them, yeah?
Obviously, I'm not new at this. And she like looks down at the boots, which go up to just above the knee.
Okay, just checking, you know.
The good news is being in a
Come on,
sewer
Frank.
like this, it allows Doc to focus quite a bit more. Not as much stimulus to take in.
So we got that map where we need to go.
Yeah, you got the
Right.
coordinates.
Okay, I'm gonna pull out my compass and begin doing measurements.
A compass in the zone. You're funny.
Yeah, you pull out your compass, and it's just spinning.
It's my special compass, man.
Huh? Yeah.
Yes.
But it's going crazy.
Digital.
Spins for a while, and it stops, and it spins the other way, stops. You know.
It's defective. I'll have a talk with a dealer when we get back.
It's the zone, my friend. The zone. It's unpredictable.
Nah.
Come on, Brick. Keep your sense of direction in your head. Like the rest of us.
I got the heads all here, you know.
Mm-hmm.
To be, you know, Mrs. Direction, you know. So after you, you know, I'll bring up the rear.
Well, in this particular case, Doc's going to take the lead. He's going to go up there with his lantern, and he says, we'll just keep moving. I don't get lost in these situations.
Does he know he's blind?
Beats me.
Anyway, we're going to continue forward.
Okay. Continuing forward, roughly in the direction you need to go. Obviously, you know you're limited by the routes that the sewer itself takes, but you can pretty much go in the same direction. After about 20 minutes of this, Doc, and you'll all hear, you hear a sound coming from up ahead. At first, sounds like a distant, like a horn or something almost. And then it stops, and you can feel a vibration in the air, and you can almost swear like the ground underneath your feet rumbles constantly. And then the horn sounds again, and it's getting louder. And those of you with natural eyes can see a light in the tunnel up ahead.
Have there been any side tunnels? Any junction points?
Oh yes, many.
Okay, well, I would suggest that we take one of those side tunnels and get out of the immediate view of the light so that we don't cast our own shadow, and I will turn my light off.
And this horn blares, it's getting louder, and the vibrations are getting stronger.
Yeah, I'm with the doc on this one. Let's try and stay out of the way of whatever's happening up there. Brick, I'm sure you could
Yeah,
take him if we need to, but I'd rather not need to.
Into the side tunnel as well, I guess.
Okay, yeah, you guys move into a side tunnel, and the vibrations get stronger and stronger, and the horn gets louder and louder, and eventually there's a flash across the side tunnel that you went down the main tunnel that you were in, and it looks like you see this light getting brighter and brighter until it kind of fills the entire area, and then it goes by with a flash, and it sounds exactly like a train and feels like a train, but there is no train.
A
Fun.
defective compass into the tunnel, main tunnel.
Your compass
Into the main
isn't it isn't defective.
You throw it into
Yeah.
the main tunnel where you just came from, and it splashes
Yeah.
in the water as you can still hear the sounds of this train passing.
Can we see it?
No. But you can, like I said, you can feel it and hear it. You can even feel, it feels like the wind, kind of from the train and everything.
The doctor's going to say a few words in Russian, a Russian prayer for the ghosts. It's just a ghost train. Just let it pass.
And your bird starts to freak out a bit.
I'll cover him up with my jacket. Try to calm him down.
Doc, you better keep that bird quiet.
And
How long does it take for the train to pass?
what order are you standing in now? Who's closest to the main tunnel?
The last one in was Brick, so I'm going to say Brick.
And he just
Brick's
threw
closest
something.
so Doc is up towards the back, yeah?
Sure.
Yeah.
And with Recon in the middle?
Yep.
Okay. Recon, you also notice another light, a glow. It seems to be coming from behind you.
I turn around.
And you see a figure of light, slowly kind of, I would say creeping, but it's not like a walking motion. It looks like a humanoid shape, but it's nothing but light. Like a dim, almost like a light blue light. And it's kind of floating up behind the dock. And Doc, at this point in time, although you can't see the light, you probably have the heckles on the back of your neck kind of starting to rise.
Doc, come this way, and she's gonna just pull one of the little nuts out and throw it and see if it goes through that thing.
It does pass through the thing, and it hits the water behind it with a splash. And you're trying to pull Doc your direction, but Brick is behind you.
How close is this thing to me? Can I turn my flashlight on and shine it at it and see what happens?
Yeah, you shine the flashlight, but it's like shining a light into a light. Does basically nothing.
It doesn't
The thing
disappear.
continues to approach. The thing at the moment is about maybe 15 feet from you, about 10 feet from Doc.
Doc's going to step forward and set the bird cage down and then step back, leaving the bird between us and the silhouette figure.
Right. Now, Doc, you don't sense this figure at all, other than just your kind of your danger sense going off. But you have, there's nothing for you to perceive.
Okay. Then if she did not say it was out loud, then I will not have done that because that would be metagaming. So Until they say something, I'm just going to step back and
Okay.
and
Brick,
be
Brick,
mind.
do you
be
see
mind.
this? Brick, do you see this? Is that the fumes on my brain? What? Do you see that?
You turn and look,
Yes.
Brick, you'll see it as well then. And it's still approaching. It's now about 5 feet from the dock.
Doc, get back over here. Oh God,
There's
what is
nowhere to
that?
go unless Brick moves.
We still
unless
have the train.
unless you want to go into the deep water.
How far is it across to the other side?
The train still passing over.
We can just hop
across
to the
the
other
side.
side.
About 10 feet. 10 feet across.
You say there's something coming?
Yeah. There's I don't know. It's like a ghost of light.
There's
nothing.
There's nothing there.
There's something there, Doc.
It's just light. It's just a trick of light or fog, mist.
And now it's close enough, Doc. You can feel something unnatural, and you feel like your joints are beginning to stiffen. You feel heavy.
He's gonna blow his whistle as loud as he can.
Starting to freak out.
Yeah, he's gonna blow his whistle.
Okay, you blow your whistle.
Oh, fuck, that's loud.
So this thing is going to be on the dock in a second. What do you guys...
And grab them both and fucking jump into the water and wade to the other side.
Don't we? Is the ghost train completely gone?
No.
We're going across this tunnel.
So he grabs you and he grabs Recon and he jumps into the deeper water.
Oh God.
Yeah, you guys go. You submerge completely. At least momentarily until he kind of comes back up to the top and dragging you along. You got to pretty much swim over to the other side. What did you do with the bird cage?
I can swim.
I was going to say he holds the bird cage up as high as he can.
Okay. Bird's freaking out, really unhappy.
Doc, if you don't shut that fucking bird up.
There's a freaking,
is the thing following us?
There's a freaking ghost train. I mean,
it is, yes.
Yeah, it's not going to hear it over a ghost train. We're fine.
It's okay.
It's coming to the other side now?
Yep, it's starting to follow you across.
What does...
Describe it to me.
What's it look like when it goes over the water?
It's like a
It's
person
actually floating above the water. It doesn't go under the water at all. It's like a silhouette of a human being, but it's just made of light.
Kick some water at it, man, to see if it does something, like disperses it. I don't fucking know.
Is there any kind of rocks or anything? Go ahead.
You kick some water at it, and as the water splashes onto the light, it seems to solidify, harden, and drop back into the water below with splashes.
What happened?
The hell?
Okay.
You would have heard that.
Drowning with any luck.
Is there any movement in the water when it drops in? Does it?
What'd you say, Taylor?
Is there any movement in the water when pieces of it drop in? Is it like coming to life in the water?
No. It just like splashes.
Okay.
And what'd you say, John?
I was asking the other characters, is it reacting to the water?
Yeah, you could say that, yeah.
Yeah, that's like it turns it solid. And Recon will start doing like splashing up at it, taking cues from
Yep.
Brick.
And so again, as you splash the water on it, the water seems to like harden and solidify and just drop into the deeper water again with a splash, and the thing's coming towards you slowly, very slowly.
Doc's just gonna focus to see if he can notice any difference.
You can definitely tell. You can feel when they splash the water, and then it's almost like the water turns to stones and then drops into the water below.
Keep doing it. Keep doing
smaller?
it. I can sense it when you're doing that. So keep doing whatever you're doing.
Is the thing getting smaller? Like, are bits of it actually falling off?
No, not at all. It seems undisturbed.
Oh, Doc, I don't think it's actually doing anything. It's not getting any smaller, and it's still coming.
Oh, that sounds like it's out of phase. We just need to keep moving. Hopefully it'll leave us be.
It's coming right at us. No.
Lead the way.
It's following us.
You can go back to the train tunnel, as we'll call it for now, the ghost train tunnel, or you can start going deeper down this tunnel to get away from it. Your call.
Ghost train's still there?
Sounds like it, yep. You still hear
But
the
when he
sounds
threw
of
the
that
compass,
train going past.
it didn't, like, get hit by anything, right?
Nope. Nope, the compass just splashed into the water.
Here, try one of these, and he'll take out. He'll reach for one of his pop-up flares, and he'll say, "Just strike the end of it and see if the heat has any kind of reaction. If the water had a reaction, it's a pop-up flare. They're meant to be shot in the water."
All right. And she'll kind of pop it and aim it right at him.
Okay.
See if the fire makes it do anything.
It continues moving towards you.
Ugh, fuck.
Nope. It's Recon's gonna swim to the other side and get out.
You swim to the other side again?
No, both to the side we were going towards.
You guys already are on the other side.
Musical.
Okay, she's getting out.
We can continue down this dark tunnel, or we can go to the train tunnel. Those were our options.
Yeah.
You guys ever play musical chairs as children?
Yeah.
Very fast. We let it come over here. We walk down a bit. We slip to the other side. Beat until freaking ghost train is gone. I can tunnel and keep doing what we were doing.
Fine. As long as it doesn't get any faster, we can still outswim it.
Yes, it doesn't appear to be very. I'd rather not move down tunnel, not leading to destination.
Well, we need to do something, so either one way or the other.
Okay, let's go. On the tunnel, like 20 feet, and kind of wait for this thing to start, get to the side and start coming towards us and just swim to the other damn side.
Okay. Sure. So you can do that again. Now, the bird is thoroughly upset about this, and doesn't sound like it's doing too well either. But you can move 20 feet down the tunnel and then swim across the other side and just kind of play musical chairs with this thing a bit while it continues to move slowly in your direction. It seems to be drawn to you.
Is there any sort of stone or step or anything that's above the water that we've come across?
Not in this area, no.
Okay, if there's anywhere that he can wedge the bird above the water, that's what he's going to do. He's going to try to fix it in one spot and then leave it. Or he's going to let it go. Nope. He's just going to let it go. He's just going to open the cage and let it go.
Okay. The bird will... Oh, let's see. The bird's wet, though. I guess it could still fly poorly. Yeah, the bird will fly off down the tunnel into the dark.
Let's take that as a clue and follow the bird.
That way? Fine. Let's get away from this thing. It's giving me the creeps.
Lead the way, please.
You lead the way, Recon?
Yeah, Recon's gonna climb up on the edge. She's tired of swimming in this nasty water.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And start moving on down along the what do we call it? The walkway. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Doc behind her. Rick, you following behind him, looking back, watching this thing.
Yeah.
It can't keep up with you. It moves extremely slowly. Sure. You want to shoot it?
I kind of want to know what will happen. Yeah, I'll tell them to cover their ears. because it's going to echo like a son of a bitch in here. And yeah, I'm gonna put one of the downrange.
Okay, pop off a few shots from the AR. Pop, pop, pop. And as the bullets strike it, they too turn to stone and just drop into the water below it.
Okay. On my bullets.
Well, maybe not below, but kind of like behind it.
Yes, they touched it and turned to stone. The same thing will happen to us, so we should just keep moving.
Okay, so you're now moving east along a side tunnel here in the sewers, away from the direction you were meaning to go, because you're meant to be going southwest. But you can definitely gain ground in this thing easily. Like I said, it moves very, very slow. It's like floating along at about 1 mile an hour. And you'll see it kind of getting dimmer and dimmer in the distance behind you. Well, maybe not getting dimmer, but getting smaller and smaller, I guess, as you get further away from it. And after a few minutes, you'll come to another ladder leading up. Or you can continue on.
May as well.
Ladder sounds good.
I'm about tired of these tunnels. No offense, Brick. This is not my favorite idea.
I mean, they idea for a minute, you know, and then ghosts showed up. I mean, ghosts ruin everything. So I mean, hey.
So, who wants to climb up and try to remove the manhole cover?
I vote Brick.
Probably have to. So I will do that. Get up there and press up against it and slide it off to the side.
Yep. And it's snowing outside. You notice it's snowing outside.
Well, that's a good sign.
Somebody read the weather report before we got there. It's snowing now.
The snow is yellow.
Don't eat the yellow snow.
Snow, eh?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. In a cloud, eh? I don't know.
And climb up out.
Drop some of that snow down our way. Raccoon, catch some of this snow.
Catch what? Oh, gross. It's yellow.
Smell it.
No.
Well, I'll smell it. He put his hand out.
It smells of chemicals.
Oh, it's toxic snow. Come on back down.
Oh, I gotta stay in the tunnels. Fucking A.
We can go up if you
Yeah,
want.
I'll put the manhole cover back on, slide down the ladder.
And in the distance, back west, the way you came from, you can just faintly see the light of that thing.
The good news is that in the zone, weather changes as quick as a mother-in-law's attitude. So let's find another spot.
Going to continue east down this tunnel then?
Yes, please.
Okay. And as you do so, after a couple more minutes, there'll be another cross tunnel heading north and south, or you can continue east.
We're supposed to be going southwest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say,
Correct.
Doc, this is the right way? Hang us south? Or no, it's just going north, you say?
Yeah, we're
It's
going
going north
trying
and
to avoid
south.
Okay.
a threat at the moment.
Like a T junction, not a T junction, but like a cross junction.
So we're currently heading east, and we want to go northwest. Is that what you were
So
saying?
you want to go southwest.
We want to go southwest.
So hang a right.
We'll hang a right.
Okay. You'll have
Well,
to cross. You'll have to cross the water again. swim across.
Before we cross the water, why don't you toss a nut in there? You'll toss one of his nuts. See if there's any kind of reactions.
Nope, just a splash.
All right, fair enough.
And so now you're heading south along another tunnel. And you'll go for a few more minutes. You'll come to another ladder leading up, or you can continue south.
Brick, you're up.
Might as well check this one too over here.
Okay, so you climb up the ladder and you push the manhole cover side.
Just feel the manhole cover. If it's snow, it should be cold.
Yeah, it's cold.
I mean, iron is always cold, you know, so.
Oh, do as you like.
You push the manhole cover aside, and a little bit of snow does drop in, but it doesn't look to be snowing anymore. But strangely enough, even though it should only be maybe noon or something, it's completely dark outside. Dark as night.
Okay, it's dark over here now.
It's dark all the time.
No. It's like only like 5 o'clock or whatever you said.
Okay, well if it sounds safe, let's go up.
Okay, I'll like peek my head out, kind of look around.
Yeah, it looks again, you're in kind of a suburban village kind of area. You can see all the abandoned cars and buildings that you saw before, except for everything now is powdered gently with a yellow covering of snow.
Okay. All right. Well, I will haul my big ass out and then help the others out of the tunnel.
And you guys are in the middle of a quiet suburban street, an old ghost town.
Are any of the street signs still viable? Can the two of you see any street signs?
Looks like it says
Yep,
Maple, maybe? I don't know.
If we can use any sort of reference to compare to our map.
yeah, you figure. Do you have the map, John? You have the book, yeah?
I have the book. Sure, here. Look.
On page 198, there's a map, and you figure you're somewhere between the towns of Muret and Vernet. That's actually probably Muret and Vernet, I suppose.
I'm pulling it up now.
French.
Give me just a second. Stalker.
And your knowledge of the zone, you would know that many of the buildings in the village of Vernet have been burning for the last 13 years, and that place is shrouded with bitter, poisonous smoke.
Okay, stand by. What page did you say the map was on?
198.
Oh, I got you. I did blew past it real quick, sorry. It was still refreshing when I went past it. Okay, I am looking at it sideways, and we are heading to St. Croix Voltaire. Is that the area?
The place you're trying to get to is called Saint-Sulpice sur Meze.
Okay, gotcha.
Right now, you reckon, by the street signs she's described, you're a little bit north and kind of in between Muret and Vernet there. You should be pretty close to the N20.
My image is sideways. I'm going to see if I can grab the image and give it to everybody else. Here, hold on a second. Trying to reduce the size of my image. 1 second. You give me half a second, I will grab it. Copy image.
So we still need to be going more south and west, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So
Well,
there's snow on the ground, but there's none falling.
There's none falling at the moment.
I will hand my binoculars to whoever will take them and ask them to start looking in the immediate area and see if they can get any movements or any details while I'm drying off the map.
Recon hands them to Brick and proceeds to wring out her hair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll survey the area.
Doc, you think you hear music coming somewhere from the north. Sounds like an old tune. Well, not super old, but you seem to recall that song being popular on the radio about maybe 13 years ago.
Interesting. Does anybody else hear music, or is it just me?
They can't hear it yet. It's because of your senses that you do hear it.
Okay, we need to get off the street.
I don't hear a thing, Doc. I'm sure it's all in your head.
We need to get off the street. My hearing is particularly good. There's something coming. I can hear music.
What, like an ice cream truck?
It's actually
Maybe.
not getting any louder. It's staying at a constant volume.
I'm still going to say it that way. It'll freak them out.
Okay.
It makes
No
him
problem.
laugh. It could be an ice cream truck. Ice cream would be good right about now. Seriously, though,
Well,
I hear
there's snow on the ground if you're hungry.
I hear music.
Which way is it coming from? Is it the way we're going?
No.
Doc's going to focus, and he's going to spin around like a compass until he finds the general direction it's going and stop there. It's coming from that direction.
Yeah, that's not the way we're going. I don't care what's happening up there.
Very well.
If it starts getting closer and we need to be worried, like with the imaginary train down in the tunnel, then you can tell me. But until it's actually affecting me, I don't care. I don't want to know what you hear. I don't want to know what imaginations are happening in your brain.
Fair enough. Then I guess I'll just listen to the music myself and we'll move along. Y'all are just going to have to suffer. I can't get the image to grab from this PDF. It's locked in.
No worries.
That's fine.
I'm looking at it sideways.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of having the physical book. You can just turn the book on its side.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to turn my screen. Okay, looking at the, give me just a second to get my bearings here. Looking at if the top of the page, if the image was straight up and down, the top of the page is north. Well, where's north on here? Does it have north? Is it listed?
Well, I just presume north is to the top of the map. It doesn't actually have a compass on the map.
I see N20 on the right and E. No, those are just markers. Okay, which one did we come in at?
No, those are roads, the N20 and the E09. Like I said, where did you come in at? You came in kind of up there by Toulouse, kind of near the E80.
Gotcha. I see it. I see it. Okay.
I mean, you're still in the Toulouse suburbs, of course, but yeah.
Okay, and we're heading south towards Saint-Sulpice? Sur-Lez? Okay.
That's right.
Very good. Okay. No problem.
So you're supposed to start heading south along this road for now?
Sure, that sounds good.
Who's leading the way?
Brick would be my best bet. Brick leads the way.
You lead the way, Brick.
I suppose so.
Walking through the snow. Are you gonna stay in the street? Are you gonna head for the sidewalk? Get closer to the buildings?
Yeah, I want to move the sidewalk to be close to the buildings, so I have cover, something to retreat into should the need arise.
Okay.
And I'll just follow pretty much right behind Doc, who I imagine is right behind Brick.
Indeed.
Okay. And you're right behind Brick.
Yeah, he's going to keep Brick's footsteps as a constant in front of him, and using that, he's just going to be reaching out.
Yeah, you can hear the crunching of the snow, and it's getting pretty cold. You can hear the crunching of the snow as he's walking.
And we're all freaking wet.
And you can
Fat.
see there's a mailbox on the side, on the edge of the sidewalk up ahead of you, Brick. There's some buildings on the left here, and kind of like what used to be a commercial kind of section of this village. So there's like an old bakery and a fucking convenience store, and there's a tobacconist and things of that sort.
And currently it's dark.
Yeah.
To them.
Yeah.
Does it have the accompanying drop in temperature? Are we looking at wind, humidity, anything like that?
There's almost no wind at the moment, and there's no precipitation at the moment. There's just the snow on the ground. But yeah, it's cold. You figure it feels like it's probably maybe between 5 to 10 below Celsius. Well, that's actually a pretty big range. I'll say it's about 5 below Celsius.
Well, he'll take out his poncho and wrap up in it and use that to build up some heat on top of his other clothing.
Recon's got a decent jacket over the top of her clothes, but everything is wet, and her hair is wet, and you can see like little icicles starting to form around her hair, and she can see her breath, and she just looks like a drowned rat. She's miserable. She hates being cold.
Yeah, I'm from Iceland, so this is pretty warm.
Yeah, you get your big, thick, although it's wet, you get your big, thick fur cloak thing on too. But as you're kind of walking along, Rick, all of a sudden something feels very wrong, and you start to float up off the ground. And you can see this, or you can sense this, Doc.
I immediately reach and pull out one of my axes and slash the pick into like the closest wall or object.
Okay, and you slash it into the building beside you on your left, and as you do so, your legs continue to rise up.
So I will quickly pull out my other one and begin to, myself back where I came from. Problem here, guys, is big problem.
So we can see him going up?
Yeah, you see his legs floating up. And now at this point in time, his legs are up higher than his head and his arms as he's got these picks in the side of this building. He's kind of trying to pull himself back in your direction, back north.
Recon will kind of grab Doc's backpack and pull him back a couple steps so that he doesn't walk into the non-gravity area, I suppose.
Thank you.
Yep. And as you kind of pull yourself back, Rick, you pull yourself out of the, you feel your arms first kind of go back into normal gravity, and then your body as you're pulling yourself forward, and eventually your legs drop back down. You're able to stand on the sidewalk.
Okay. So it seems like there's some type of gravity well or something there. So gravity does not work, or rather it works in opposite direction. So we probably need to avoid this.
Recon just kind of pulls out, digs in her bag and pulls out a bit of her rope, and she just kind of like tosses it forward about 5 feet to see if it's going to start floating.
In the same location where Brick was a minute ago?
Uh-huh.
Yep, it does. It starts to float up.
Okay, then.
You just let it keep floating up, see how far it goes.
Well, yeah, I'll let it go. I've got, I think, 30 feet of rope, so she'll be holding on to the end of it.
Floats up about 10 feet, and it starts to kind of move back towards you. Gets about 15 feet, still getting more back towards you, and then after it hits about 20 feet, it kind of seems to push itself back out of the well, and it drops back down in front of you.
Ah, Brick, you just missed out on a roller coaster ride. You should go again. See what happens.
Yeah, I'd rather not risk it. After you.
Doc's going to feel around for his light bulb and leave it out where the others can see it.
Okay.
Tie a little leash on it or something and have it just hanging there.
Okay. I'm wearing it like a necklace.
Yeah, something like that. That way, if there's any spurious energies, it'll light it up.
Doc, what's with the light bulb?
If you ever get around radars or microwave towers or any other source of energy that puts out a magnetic or an electronic or electrical field, the filaments within the bulb will light up, and it'll give us a heads up that there's something ahead of us.
Okay, I heard blah, 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 blah. Light bulb lights up if something's in trouble, something's bad.
If there's any kind of energy in the area.
Yeah, energy, that one. Uh-huh. So how helpful is that if you're holding it?
Because it's an area effect, like someone shining a flashlight on you. If it's far away, it'll be very dim, and if it's close, it'll be very bright.
Okay. It's not unuseful.
You guys are all feeling really, really tired now.
Yeah, how long have we been walking and swimming and everything?
Well, like none of you slept last night, for one.
Oh, yeah.
In theory, by your own reckoning of time, and if you look at your watch or something, for example, it's only like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Having said that, you haven't slept since the night before, probably. But like I said, like looking around you, it looks like it's middle of the night here.
Well, there's plenty of buildings. Let's find one and hunker down for a while. Catch a little bit of rest.
Yeah, sounds good. We can take watches and everything.
Indeed.
Which building do you want to go into?
Yeah, that sounds good.
I will rely on their inputs. I would do it for myself, but they'll be able to find it quicker.
Just name one. Which kind of shop do you want to go into?
You said there was a tobacco shop, right?
Yes, there's a tobacconist.
Well, if it's traditional tobacco, have the pipe tobacco, that actually smells good. That might be worthwhile. Might not. It'll overwhelm the stink of rot and such. Just a thought.
Not a bad one. Now, I suppose it probably wouldn't smell as good as it used to since it's been sitting here for 13 years. But
of course.
But yeah, so you guys make camp inside the. Tobacco shop.
If they agree, yes.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah, that's fine.
And who wants to take watch? What order do you want to take watches in?
I'll take the first watch, and I will start a small stew. And that way, whoever's up, and when they get up, they can have some.
Recon wants second watch.
Okay, so Recon wants you to wake her up for the second watch. Now, when you start to make the stew, I imagine, does Brick go to sleep pretty quick? or recon for that matter? Or do you guys want to actually stay awake and wait for the stew to be ready?
I'm tuckered out.
Yeah, she'll go to sleep.
Okay.
Just kind of try and find a dry patch and lay her bigger jacket out to dry a little bit.
Sure. It's dry inside the building for the most part, so.
That's good.
And he's got a little bit of a fire going there in the middle of it, so that can help you to dry out some of your clothes too. How long do you cook your stew and stuff, and what do you do before you wake Recon up for the second watch?
Well, while it's cooking, he's just going to familiarize himself and walk the room, touching the walls. And when he reaches points of opening, like breaks in the walls or windows or whatever, he'll stop and just reach out and see if he can feel anything, see if anything moving, and he'll listen. Try to get used to the common sounds in the area, so if something else comes around, maybe he'll be able to catch it as a comparison.
Eventually, you'll come across the cash register behind the counter. It's open and empty inside.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, if nothing happens in the in-between times, then he will have eaten enough tasting the stew as it cooks, and he'll cover it, and he'll wake up Raccoon and get her going.
After how long?
Whatever reasonable time that he can make it. I'm going to say an hour for the stew, an hour to familiarize himself. That'd be the same hour. And then at least a 3-hour watch, so 4 hours later.
Okay, Recon. So your watch reads 5:30 p.m. when he wakes you up.
All right. Thanks, Doc. Anything unusual?
It's everything's dark.
Really?
Absolutely. And there's stew.
That is useful. But your fire seems to be casting a decent amount of light, for a dark room.
I'll have to take your word for that. You have a good watch.
All right. She'll kind of eat the stew, look out the window, and when she's sure both of them are asleep, she'll start heating her spoon up over the fire.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you're definitely
she's
aiming for a fix.
She is. She's kind of starting to feel the sweats and the jitters. And
Okay.
so the next hour after that, she's really no good. So if anything happens, we're all screwed.
Yeah, you're zonked out for like an hour, smacked out of your head.
But when she comes to, she'll kind of finish up the watch.
And when you come to, the fire's gone out.
That part of the movie where you're just like, what, that useless piece of shit.
Well, the fire hasn't completely gone out, but it's died down to just like embers,
Just like, shit, I gotta
But everybody's still alive. Brick is still snoring.
Oh, it snores like a train. Head feels good though. That's good. And she'll kind of try and get the fire going again.
Yeah, you have to fiddle around with it for maybe 15 minutes or so, but eventually you get it kind of stoked back up a little bit again, get it burning somewhat.
She'll rub her arm and pull the sleeve back and
your
in
watch
place.
reads 7:15 p.m.
So she'll just kind of keep watch and twiddle her thumbs and look out the window and maybe pull out a deck of playing cards and play some solitaire until she wakes Brick up. She'll give him another hour or two.
Okay. So at 9 o'clock at night, you wake him up?
Yeah, about 9.
Okay.
Just kind of
Brick,
walks
she
over,
wakes you up.
kicks his foot. Brick.
Brick's been sleeping for a good solid 7.5 hours.
Yeah, I feel good, man. I stretch real big.
Hey there,
Time
big
it up,
fella.
huh? Already?
Yeah.
Ready to go?
I'm gonna get some more sleep. You're on watch. Doc made some food.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Tight.
Mm-hmm. Don't fall back
Let
asleep
the
on us,
bed
big
bugs
fella.
bite.
We need all eyes open for this place.
Oh, don't you worry. I'm a 100% now. Huh?
Great.
So I'll move over to this soup or gruel or whatever it is and start helping myself. Yeah, I get surely there's like probably a chair or maybe something in here. I'll position
Oh yeah.
the side from like the door and window so I can kind of see out. And,
Perfectly peaceful,
yeah,
like a yellow tinted winter wonderland.
yeah, trust it. And I'll have my AR sitting there ready to cross my lap while I eat.
Yeah, and how long are you going to wait before you decide to wake them all up again?
It's 9 o'clock at night, right? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, it was 9 p.m.
That's when
according to the
you
watch.
start watch. Yeah.
It's 9 p.m. I don't know. I mean, I'll sit here and wait. You know, well, the freaking dock's probably useless as far as watch goes. I would assume, anyways, right? Freaking blind. I don't know how the hell it gets around.
I would
It's
assume
first
you
watch.
think everybody's useless except you,
Fair enough.
the character.
Yeah. See, I'll wait about 4 hours or so.
Okay. Yeah. So about 1 o'clock in the morning, according to your watch, you wake them up. It's still dark out.
Yeah. After which, wake the dock up. Continue rotating the watch here.
Very well. What time do they wake
So
me up?
you,
Well, I don't imagine you can tell time, but yeah, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning.
yeah.
He has perfect sense of time. Goes with
Okay.
the Pathfinder thing.
Then by your internal clock, it should be about 1 o'clock in the morning.
Fair enough. So we've been in this immediate area for 12 hours now, with our camp area. Are you feeling you need to get back to sleep? Or are we staying up? We can do something productive.
I mean, if you want to, how do you say, traipse around in the dark, guess. I mean, I don't think it'd be any different for you.
Yeah, son, I traipse
But,
around the dark every day.
I mean, it's kind of a hazard for us.
Fair enough. Well, then get some more sleep then.
Okay, you're going to be all right.
I'm good. He already knows the room. He knows the room. He knows the rounds. He steps over everybody. Steps over the chairs. And he starts making his rounds.
You
He'll
got
check on the.
Something that goes wrong. You got you got the protection. You backing.
Absolutely. I always carry condoms. You have a good night's sleep.
Uh-huh. Okay, you just wake me up, okay? All right.
All right.
This friggin' guy.
That was a beautiful exchange, you guys. Beautiful.
And how long will you let them sleep?
Well, if he got a fair amount of sleep, he's really just going to cruise around until he gets, bored per se. I would say it's at least 3 to 4 hours.
Mhm.
And
Okay, so it's about 5 o'clock in the morning by your internal clock. Still dark out.
okay, sounds like a good time. You'll check on whatever the remains of the stew were and add some more water to it and chop up another potato and break up some more jerky. And he'll wake up Raccoon there and see what it looks like for them. So how do you feel about getting up and getting moving now? Is it still too dark for y'all?
It was dark when we went to sleep in the middle of the afternoon, but it's fine. Clock says, I'm assuming it's working. It says it's what, 5 a.m.?
Yeah, you slept another 8 hours. You could really use another shot.
We could let Brick sleep just a little longer. You could even get a few more winks yourself.
Fair enough.
I'll keep an eye on things. Yeah, you just or if you wanted to go for a walk or something, you could do that.
No,
Probably stupid to go by yourself, but
I'm good.
if you wanted to.
He'll get comfortable and sit in the corner. Go to sleep.
Yeah, she'll wait until she's pretty sure he's asleep and get another fix.
Okay. And you
She was
pass.
assuming that just everybody sleeps through all this.
You pass out for another hour. By the time you come to, now it's like 6:30 or something in the morning. Maybe a little later, closer to 7. Still pitch black outside.
She'll pack up her stuff and walk over and kick Brick's boot again. Hey, big guy.
It's time to go, huh?
Yeah, get up. It's still dark as all get out, but...
Okay, I'm feeling good, huh?
Yeah, you should.
everybody
You
else?
snore like a log cutter. Man.
Well, lungs, huh?
Lungs don't make that sound. It's your schnoz.
That's where the air comes from.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Doc.
Yes.
Wake up, let's go.
I am ready.
And Rickon will kind of kick the ashes over the fire and put it out.
Yeah, you guys probably burned up just about every burnable piece of wood in this place.
Yeah, we got a good sleep.
Yeah, lots. Go out, it's probably about nearly 8 o'clock in the morning. Still dark as all night out.
Still
You guys have been here
freaking dark,
for,
huh?
You guys have been here for like 19 hours. And it's been dark the whole time.
It's a little peculiar. Is it dark? I'm gonna look at. Is it dark because like the sun's not out? That don't seem right. Like it's got to be like cloud cover or something.
It's the zone.
Mm-hmm.
Zone does stop planetary rotation.
Well, actually, sometimes the zone does fuck up, have weird time anomalies and such, yeah.
That's
There's
just
time,
messed up.
space anomalies. In fact, the zone in Japan is especially well known for its time and space anomalies. There's been rumors, you've heard stories of people in the Japanese zone, like walking out on the World War II battlefields and such.
Oh, God. That's creepy.
And I don't mean like the remains of the battlefield, but walking out into the middle of a battle.
Huh. Hey.
So, Recon will pull out her flashlight and click it on and say, are we ready to move out, you guys? Had enough beauty sleep?
Absolutely.
Gonna keep moving south.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are you gonna do about the weird anti-gravity anomaly? Let's skirt around it.
Yeah,
Go
is it
around
all the way
right?
across the street or?
Nope, it's not. It's in basically kind of like a little, maybe 20 by 20 foot cubic area.
You could use sand or pebbles and just toss them out in front of us and see if they pick up and go around it.
Yeah, well, you've got your nuts.
Now, I would save those because we already...
Mine's on a string.
Well, all they do anyway is they float up about 20 feet and then they come back out and fall back down outside of the cube. So yeah, you can make your way around that. Continue heading south. And who's leading the way? Is it still Recon? Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
You guys kind of continue on south down along N20 for the most part. After a few kilometers, you'll come across the crossroads. Keep on going past that. You're going to pass by Beaumont-sur-Leze. Now, hold on a second here. For Beaumont-sur-Leze. I know there's something. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah. Beaumont-sur-Leze, another village you pass through. You've heard rumors that there's an oasis east of Beaumont-sur-Leze that's always covered in fog, and supposedly, any time spent in that oasis does not pass at all outside. And so when the Stalker exit the oasis, they exit at the exact same moment that they entered. It's supposed to be a very peaceful, quiet glade.
That sounds like a wonderful place to retire. I'll have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, right. But you guys continue on south, and you occasionally come across some other anomalies that you detect with your. I assume you're being a little bit more careful than Brick was just walking along the street.
Indeed.
You come across. Let me see here. At one point, you come across another area of like some grass growing up out of the kind of snow-covered ground. And when you throw your nut into the grass, it's like once the nut hits the grass, it accelerates and speeds through it at like the blink of an eye. You decide not to go through there. Later, you find another patch of like kind of like a strange light phenomena. It's just like how when light shines through a window and you can see the dust floating around in a room.
Right.
See something kind of like that, and when you toss your nut into that, as soon as the nut goes into it, it gets crushed right into the ground.
Yikes.
And so you decide to go around that. At one point, you find a pool on the ground where some of the snow is seemingly melting. And at this point in time, the sun's starting to come up, even though, according to your watches, it's now like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And you toss your nut into that pool, and nothing really seems to happen to it. But yeah, do you want?
I dip the end of the rope in.
As you do, you see the rope starts to kind of it looks like it ages and starts to wither.
Ooh. That one isn't good for the looks. Better steer clear of this dock. It won't do you any favors.
And it begins snowing again. At first, just like a gentle dusting. Huh?
Yeah, he's going to put his poncho on. Is this snow white, yellow, blue? What color is it?
It's white now.
Yeah, he was asking them, but yes.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's good. It's an easy. It's an easy answer. Yeah.
White snow, Doc. I don't think
Sweet.
this one smells too funny.
Yeah, he's going to smell it anyway. Does the snow smell funny?
No, no, it's just normal snow. It starts to snow heavier and heavier as you continue south, mostly south, and a little bit west, to the point to where it turns into almost a full-scale blizzard by the time you're maybe a kilometer from Saint Sulpice.
Wow.
And yeah, the wind is blowing hard. The snow's come down. You can hardly see.
We might want to. We might want to take refuge for a while. The zone is talking to us.
You think it's the zone, or you think it's that thing we're here to get?
Either way, we're not invulnerable, and I'm not a robot, so we could push through. But if it gets worse, then we'll be fatigued, and it'll be difficult to set camp up.
I freaking hate being cold.
Well, this is a perfect reason to take shelter and start a fire. What are our options for shelter?
Well, there's buildings around. You're on the edge of Saint Sulpice, so you probably find you're not quite in the village itself yet, but you probably find like a outlying house or something like that.
Farmhouse or some country house.
Yeah, farmhouse. Yeah.
Okay, well, what do you say we look for a reasonably still structured standing building and put the fireplace to a test?
Works for me. Bonus points if it's got a real bed.
I suspect real beds come with real bed bugs, but be careful. So that's what we'll do. We'll check out the farmhouse and see what's going on.
Yeah, the farmhouse is like the wood is all kind of rotting, and it's not quite falling over yet, but it's not in very good repair. You probably don't want to go upstairs. You can smell. It's got a real musty kind of smell, and almost like an old grave smell. Not like rotten flesh, but just like that old stale kind of mausoleum.
Is there a barn?
There is a barn, yes, but the barn itself is like half collapsed.
Damn it. Well, if the weather is frightful, so we don't want to go into it, then I'll suffer this place. But I'd rather keep going and look for something else.
Now, if you want, you can try to go upstairs and look for a bed, Taylor. It's up to you.
No, if they're not interested, we'll just keep going.
Downstairs, though, there's a living room. It's got some, a sofa and a couple of big old soft chairs,
Do the stairs does it seem like it's a stable structure? It's been unmaintained.
No.
Yeah, no.
No.
Let's look for something one story, yeah?
Sounds good.
13 years of disrepair doesn't.
The village.
Did you say blizzard?
Yeah.
If it's that's what I'm saying. If it's frightful, if it's a blizzard, then we'll go ahead and suck it up.
Okay.
We'll just try to stick near the where the structure's the strongest, in the middle of the rooms, where the supports are, and so forth.
It looks like it's getting dark outside again.
We've only been going for a few hours, right?
You've been going for a decent amount of time. According to your watch, it's now about 8 p.m. Yeah, you've been going a good half a day. You're probably pretty tired from traveling for so long.
Well, with the weather being what it is and being the zone where it is, let's check around the immediate area and see if there's any exposed weak points, like in the ceiling, so we'll know that there's a dangerous area and a safe area, and we'll stick in the safer area on the first floor. Get a fire going.
Yeah, the living room seems pretty safe because the living room has an exceptionally high ceiling area. It's got a big fireplace in it. You're thinking that there's nothing above the living room. So,
Well, we'll try to open the flue and see if we can get a fire going, and if it works there, then we'll build up a fire with whatever we can find in there. I'm sure there's plenty of dry wood or furniture or whatever.
mhm. Yeah, everything in here is it's kind of damp, but you can use some of the furniture or something else from around the house as kind of kindling to get it to start burning. It's a bit of a smoky fire, but you get a fire going. And the wind is just blowing really hard. You can hear this old house is like creaking a lot, and if you look out the windows, you'll see it's still snowing quite a bit, quite heavily, and you think you hear thunder.
Fantastic. Does this floor have a basement, root cellar sort of thing?
Oh yeah, there'd be through the kitchen there'd be access to the cellar.
Well, let's leave the doors open for that, and he's going to memorize the path to it. That way, if it turns into a snow-nado or a snow tornado or something like that, we'll be able to get down below and get some cover.
That's good thinking. You see flashes of lightning and hear more thunder. And continues to blow snow heavily.
Well, somebody should get some sleep. So Doc will leave some jerky and a potato out, and he's going to try to catch some sleep.
Okay. Doc's going to sleep. What are Brick and Recon doing? It's probably now it's about 9 o'clock at night. If you look at your map, you reckon you're maybe a kilometer away from the location where the coordinates are on your map.
Right. But we've been marching, and the weather is pretty crappy.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying.
And if it changes routinely, then we should give it a chance to switch around. And if it doesn't, then we should be well rested before we go trudging into it. Because if we have to fight a blizzard, let's fight a blizzard, but let's fight it well rested.
Okay.
Hey, Brick, while Doc's sleeping, I think I might just test out the stairs and see what's left up there. Who knows? Might be a winter coat.
Okay, yeah. You go ahead and do that. I will keep an eye out down here.
Sounds good. Just gonna very cautiously up the stairs. If it feels like it's unstable, she'll just kind of turn back around.
Is Doc asleep at this point?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, you're stepping on the stairs, and they give quite a bit under your weight. You can feel it kind of bowing underneath of you. And you're the lightest one of the group easily. But
yeah, no, she's skin and bones, like 110 pounds, maybe, on a good day. And just keeping right to where the stairs connect to the wall is where she's placing her feet.
Yeah, it's about 4 steps up before your foot goes through one of them.
Ah, damn. She'll kind of put her hand on the wall to steady herself and pull her foot out and test out the next one.
And the wall kind of creaks a bit as you lean against it. You can hear the wind blowing outside. Sounds almost like you should hear the house like almost groaning up above you.
Brick, I'm not sure the upstairs is going to be a good plan. She'll just kind of slowly back down.
Yeah, that's fine. I wasn't going up there anyways.
You wouldn't make it up 2 steps before you fell through, you big lug.
That works out, huh? I wasn't going to go anyways, so the potato and just start eating it.
Just eat the raw potato like an apple.
There's jerky or if you want that.
Yeah.
Potato?
No, you
Pull it out
you can
like
have the potato. No, that's all you. That's all you, big fella.
Let's go back to marching
Are there
on it.
stairs down to the cellar? Are they wooden stairs, or
Yeah, they're wooden stairs.
how sturdy do those look?
They're not as bad.
Okay, she'll kind of have her flashlight out and just shine it down and maybe go about halfway down the stairs and see what she can find down there.
As you're starting to go down there, there's a really musty smell coming from down there. And something smells like old rot.
Mm. I've got my flashlight going. Do I see anything? Like water standing, or a bunch of rotten vegetables, or a body?
Yeah, as you're kind of looking around, you get further down in, you can see, okay, this is the cellar's mostly empty. You can see kind of like there's like old wine rack with some bottles and stuff on it against one wall. There's some tools and equipment down here, and yeah, you see like 5 skeletons all kind of huddled together in one corner.
She'll like kind of cross herself and go back up the stairs, muttering about spirits and haunted and ghosts of light. Ugh. Well, there's the cellar down there, but it's occupied by the prior residents, I think. They won't give us any trouble, but they don't smell so good.
Yeah, let's. I mean, we got it pretty good here, yeah, on the first floor, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should just, stay here.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I was just seeing what else there was.
Okay.
Are you gonna take first watch? You gonna sleep? What?
Yeah, I'm good to go. I got like a solid 12.
Yeah, I'm an introvert. I like my alone time. I might just spend some time in the kitchen by myself. Don't mind me. I'll come back in an hour or two.
Okay. Yeah, you have fun doing that. I'm gonna keep watch.
He's a fucking weirdo.
So she'll go into the kitchen, and you can kind of hear the playing cards shuffling, and just like kind of looks over her shoulder, and then she'll start digging around in her bag and pull her spoon and needle out again.
How are you gonna heat it?
She's got a lighter.
Okay.
It's not great, but
it'll work
she's
in
an
a
old
pinch.
hand.
Okay. So she goes off to the kitchen, disappears for quite a while, Brick.
Okay. I mean, how long is she gone for?
Like an hour and a half or so.
Okay. I suppose I'll holler and see what's going on. I mean, it's been a while. This is a pretty
No, she doesn't reply.
dangerous place.
Yeah, and after
I'll
about
holler.
30 minutes, it's totally quiet.
I'll holler again and say, Enricon, you okay in there? Eh? It's been a while. Eh?
Loud enough to wake up Doc?
Probably, yeah.
Is
I
there a
imagine
problem?
Doc's sleeping pretty lightly.
I mean, I don't know. That could be. Recon wanted to go. Fuck, I don't know, man. Go finger blast in the corner or something. She's been gone for like 2 hours. You want to go check on her?
It's not been 2 hours, but that's good.
Yeah.
Might want to knock first, huh?
Oh, what? It's not like I would see anything anyway. So he's gonna wander over towards the kitchen, which he memorized earlier.
Send a blind guy in to go look for
Yeah.
Yeah, she's lying on the floor in the kitchen. Probably, yeah, she's probably breathing a bit erratically, but
He's not going to immediately go to her. He's going to focus on the room and see if there's anybody else in the room.
nope.
If there's any
Nothing
other
else.
creatures, no shatter,
Nope.
no flapping doors, no nothing, and then he'll go down to her leg and touch her leg and give her a shake.
And she probably, I assume, kind of like moans a little bit. And
Brick, you need to come in here.
I mean, who's gonna guard the front then, huh?
It's a blizzard. I think we'll be okay.
Famous last words of many a foolhardy adventurer.
thunder and lightning are
Well, say
still
if you
going.
say so.
Strange
So I suppose
combination with the blizzard and
well,
the
if
thunder and the lightning.
If it'll make you feel
Yeah.
better, I'll go watch the front door. So he'll leave the area and go
I
towards
mean,
the front door.
no, it really doesn't make me feel better at all, actually.
So, Brick, yeah,
Go ahead.
So you're going into the kitchen, Brick?
Yeah, I suppose so.
I'll let you describe how he finds her, Taylor.
Yeah, she looks like she might have been propped up against the wall sitting down at one point, but she's kind of slumped over to the side now. And you can see she's got like her shoelace off and her arms tied up above the elbow. And you can see the syringe on the floor.
Hey, Doc, you didn't think to mention this, huh? Never mind. Never mind.
I'm watching the front door.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm going to take the syringe. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to pat her down while she's here.
Okay.
And look for any of this garbage.
Oh, yeah, she's got a bag of it. Pretty good sized bag of it.
All right, I'm confiscating that.
Oh,
And then
she's also got a set of lock picks, steel nuts.
no, I'm not
painkillers.
interested.
Oh, okay.
Not interested. Painkillers? What I mean,
Mhm.
what are we?
Yeah,
what are we talking
yeah,
here? Like,
Well, there's like a bag of powder, and then there's a little bottle of painkillers.
yeah, I want to confiscate that.
There's a couple loose like in her pockets as well.
I mean, I'm patting her down, man. So I'm going to confiscate any paraphernalia that she has.
Yeah, she's got the spoon and the lighter and the needle. Probably got a couple of needles, I'd say.
And
Yeah, she's got
I'll
several.
yeah, like everything that I can get my hands on, I'm confiscating. And I'm going to take the freaking shoestring off her arm and just shake my head and go out and talk to the doc. Say, hey, Doc,
Yes.
Willie Wild Eye, got I don't know, a problem, I think, and I'll drop like this freaking bag of drugs, like a ridiculous amount. It seems like on the table, and say, yeah, she's back there doping. She passed out, huh?
Each stalker makes their own way through the zone. You should know that.
Yeah, well, I'd like her to make her way sober, and not be a friggin' danger to us. I mean, I guess she wants to, shoot herself up, do it on her friggin' own time.
And now, about this time, she's probably starting to kind of come to.
Doc's going to continue to, quote, watch the front door.
You think?
So, hey, who the fuck stole my shit?
Stealing would imply that I want it.
She's still yelling at you from the kitchen, very groggily. Like, Brick, you shithouse! I'm gonna fuck you up. Oh.
I mean, don't think you're big enough, but if you're feeling froggy, eh?
20 minutes, I'll be good as new. It's a good feeling.
You say. So anyways. Yeah, well, off. I want to take the shit and put it in my freaking backpack. Get annoyed by this.
Oh, no.
Bothered.
No. She's like kind of propped herself up and she's leaning against the door frame and she sees you putting it in your back. No. That is not yours. I paid good money for all of that. That is mine.
I'll tell you what, hey, listen to your cupcake. You can have it back after fucking zone. I'd rather not have you doping up and fucking risking our safety. Rather, you can't fucking deal with reality, huh?
And me, Ted. That's how I deal with reality. You do you, I do me. That's what I do. Give it back.
That's what I
do it on your own fucking time, huh?
You don't want me to not have it, I promise you.
What'd she say? Fucking everything got quiet.
She said you don't want her to not have it.
I mean, I don't really care what you want them to do. We're in here. Be sober and have your goddamn wits about you.
My wits are much better when I've got my stash.
They look real good back there, tongue lolling out of your fucking skull, huh?
And you snore to wake the dead. We're even. It's fine. Give it back.
Sharp as a fucking tack, huh? Have it when we leave, all right? I'll arm wrestle you for it. How about that?
Doc's over there, like, dressing up. Looks like he's getting ready for the road.
Tell you what, you give it back, and you don't have to worry about dying in your sleep.
Tell you what, I won't kill you now. Fucking hold your horses. Huh? You can have it when we leave.
When you two children are done arguing, let's get going. The sooner we get out of here, the sooner we can get home.
He's got to give it back to me. It's mine. I paid for it. I need it. It's mine.
Brick, I told you, each stalker gets through it their own way.
Doc brought a fucking
True
bird.
that I don't want a fucking doped pair of eyes. And the bird was useful. Did something productive, huh?
Oh, and what am I, dead weight?
I mean, perhaps. I just seen about an hour and a half of dead fucking weight back there. What if something popped off, huh? About as useful as tits on a boar.
Give it back.
I'm done mincing words with you. I'm not going to give it back until we leave, so that I know that you'll be useful through all hours. Squawk all you want, wasting your breath. Now, if we can carry on, that would be wonderful.
Fine, go ahead. In about 6 hours, you'll see exactly how useful I am. Maybe 8.
We'll see, eh?
Okay. So it's still blowing snow like mad outside. There's still thunder and lightning. And it's actually kind of, as you step outside to check it out, I suppose, Doc, it's also
Yes.
hailing as well as snowing at the same time.
He's going to stand there for a few minutes and take it all in and see if maybe he can get, I don't know. I don't know if it, something besides the cold, something besides the wet and the sound. He's just going to listen, and he's going to see if there's something out there, a thrumming, pulse, a humming, something that would point towards a zone effect. There's usually something, so he's going to see if he can pick that out.
Not picking anything up, just right, not here, no.
Okay. But anything's better than that
Yeah, I understand those
conversation.
those awkward fights. Sometimes it's best to just leave the room.
So he'll go back in, and he's going to leave all of his bundled upness because he's going to need it to go out into the blizzard anyway. But he'll take his shoes off so he doesn't start sweating in them. Is it okay if I take a nap between the two of y'all, or what?
You just woke up.
They woke me up after 2 hours.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Bad enough he's blind. Now I got to be tired and blind.
Yeah, it's like midnight or something now, right? So approaching midnight.
So just give me a couple more hours, and y'all work out whatever you're going to work out, and I'll take the next watch.
Fine.
And don't worry, you go ahead and go to bed. I got it tonight.
You staying up, Brick? Be nice and tired in the morning? See how good your eyes are then.
Don't you worry, little cupcake. I'll be fine.
Are you staying up as well, Recon?
She'll stay up for about an hour and just give him the stink eye, and then she'll kind of doze off where she's sitting.
Night, night.
Okay. How long do you let them sleep, Brick?
All night.
All night? Okay. So, what time do you think you would wake up on your own, Doc?
Well, he set a couple hours, so he would, he would sneak a peek, as it were, take a listen around the room after a couple hours and see what was what. Make sure there was still heat from the fire and the door wasn't open, and
Yeah.
weren't
You can
no zombies or anything.
you can hear the sounds of Recon sleeping. You can hear Brick. Sounds like he's awake. Probably tending to the fire.
Brick, you okay?
I look up from my whetstone where I'm grinding my my axe. Yeah.
You ready for
You say
relief?
something, Doc? Don't worry about it. I got this one.
All right, well, he'll go back to sleep.
Okay.
But before he completely passes out, he'll reach into his field pack and take out a couple of his painkillers and wrap them up in a tissue and set them over on Raccoon's immediate area and go back to sleep.
Okay. So
Yeah, when she wakes up to find those, she'll kind of look at him, look at Brick, look at the Doc, just kind of nod her head and pop them in her mouth and take a swig from her canteen.
okay. Yeah, it's morning time now. Still, weather has not changed. Still a blizzard. There's still thunder sounds. There's still flashes of lightning.
Yeah, let's get a decent meal in us, and let's let Brick have an hour or two to just relax his eyes, and then we'll just head out into it. See if there's any extra thing we can bundle up with here in the building. old blankets and such like that. See if we can add a little extra layers.
You can take
Otherwise,
some of the covers off some of the furniture, I suppose.
Yeah, otherwise we're going to be here forever.
Mhm.
This potentially
Okay.
could be a constant effect here.
Mm-hmm. You see, Recon's not looking so good.
If it's drug related, Doc might be able to smell it.
Yeah. Yeah, she's sweating and shivering.
Hey, Brick, why don't we give her like a pinch dose just to knock the edge off?
Yeah, it wouldn't be an issue. She just would, not fuck with it in the first place.
Yeah, we're here. We're here to gather an item and then move on with our lives. And this is what she needs. So I'm saying just give her a little bit.
Recon's like got her arms wrapped around herself, kind of rubbing her arms with her hands, and she's just looking a little wild-eyed between the two of them, kind of nervously, waiting to see.
I'll reach into the pack and one of those fucking needles, I guess. And it just fucking unceremoniously with disdain just toss it onto the ground by her.
Oh God, yes.
But little raccoon, you need to do that right in front of us.
It's fine, whatever the fuck you want. I don't care.
How many doses do you have left in your little pack there?
Oh, a week's worth at least.
7 days worth?
Yeah, at least. Maybe more, maybe less. Depends on how stressed I'm feeling, how things are going.
And how much are you shooting up a day?
Once, maybe twice if it's no good. It's a bad day.
So that really means what? 6 times a day?
No, once or twice.
All right, so we're going to say 14 doses in that pack there.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, Brick, why don't you
I don't
divvy
know.
out?
I just buy it. I don't really count how much.
Brick, why don't you
I just
look
know
at
more
it
when I need it.
and see if you can split it up into like 20 little
Hey,
doses.
hey! Don't touch my stash, guys. Just
You have to.
No.
You're
We're not doing this. I don't know you. I don't really like either of you that much. I think you're both fucking crazy.
I'll tell you what,
We're gonna do this job. We're gonna get our cash, and we're gonna go our separate ways. And we might see each other once or twice in the future. That's it. I don't need your mother henning.
I assure you, you'll never see me again.
All right, well, go ahead and do your
Perfect.
thing.
So you greedily shoot up and...
When she's out, I'm going to tell Brick, who is watching, to note how much she used and go ahead and break up her doses up into the doses I was talking about, like 20 doses. And we'll make it so that we only give her 1/20th at a time, so she won't be completely useless.
Okay. Yeah, and she's out again for probably
Monsters.
an hour. Yeah. And when you come to, your ship's going again.
Fucking A.
We will help you with your medicine later. Now get yourself together. We're going to go out into the storm.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's just fucking get this over with, and I can get rid of you two.
Okay. So you guys push on into the storm, continuing southwest. You know you're very close. Normally it would probably be
Yep.
like a 7 or 8 minute walk from this farmhouse to where you got to go, but because of the weather and everything working against you, it's going to take you
Sure.
about 15.
So I suspect, I've been giving it some thought before we head too far into it, that the closer we get, the worse it's going to get until we get to the center, and maybe there'll be an eye.
Yeah,
So let's just keep that in
it's
mind.
kind of funny you
Let's look
should
for
say that because that's exactly what will happen.
Yeah, we'll look for the worst of it and travel through it, and then hopefully it'll break.
It doesn't really get so much worse. It's already pretty much about as bad as it's going to get. But after you start to get closer, after about 10 minutes, it seems to lighten up a little bit, and then another 5 minutes, and it's like almost peaceful. You can see you're in kind of almost not quite the middle. You're on the edge of this village, but you can see.
Well, the zone is a miracle. I can see now.
Well, sorry, yeah, you can't see. I apologize, but
Damn it!
you can sense, and Rick and Recon can see a house standing on a street corner. The building next to it is leveled. The building behind it is leveled, and between where you're standing now and the kind of porch and front door of this house, which is about, we're going to talk about maybe about 100 feet of area, there are bodies lying kind of sporadically around the ground. Most of them, in fact, you see about a dozen of them are in these white institute kind of suits, all wearing gas masks. And the other one is in rather dark clothing, also wearing a gas mask. And though you can't see his face, you probably recognize him by his gear and his attire. That is, I'm going to say his name was Treader.
Right?
And yeah, they're laid out kind of in almost a zigzag pattern nearly between where you're standing and the door of the kind of front porch of this house. And their bodies look,
Charred.
I guess if they're wearing, yeah, they look charred.
Yeah, this looks like they were struck by lightning. It sounds like they were struck by lightning.
Okay. So how do we avoid getting struck by lightning? These guys look a little crispy.
Well, we've got rubber boots, so we can avoid being grounded immediately. So
They have rubber boots too.
I know, I was thinking out loud.
You can also sense the energy of the artifact within that house.
Is my light bulb
Doctor.
lighting? Is my light bulb lit up?
In fact, yeah, your light bulb is starting to light up.
Okay, I'm gonna
Hey,
hand
Doc, it's glowing.
the light bulb to one of them and say, "Well, use the light bulb, and we'll use that as a gauge when we're getting closer. And let's lead the way. Let's get it going."
I mean, I don't really. Are these guys like in a circle around the house, or does it look like somebody
Nope.
managed to get close?
Yeah, they, like each one almost seems to get closer to some extent. You know what I mean? There's, yeah, almost like a line.
There's all kinds of things that we could do to avoid being grounded, but if it's lightning, it's an act of God. You can't do anything about lightning. All we can do is try to get as close to the object as we can and avoid the mistake that they made. More than likely, one touched it, and it started off the arc, and it arced between all of them. So let's just see if we can find it first, and if we can find it, then we'll determine what to do with it.
Okay, I mean, you're going first, Doc?
Sure, I'll go first, and I'll hold the bulb, and you tell me when it's getting more or less. Now he knows that he can feel it. His hairs on his arms will rise when it does it, but he's just saying that to say it. It'll probably get hotter too.
How are you going to progress? Like, you can see these bodies. There's a few feet between each one or so, and they're in kind of a sort of a, not a straight line, but in sort of a line almost right up to the last one is maybe 10 feet from the porch.
Well, I'm going to ask the other two is there any source of water? Are they standing like in a creek? Is there a little trail
Nope.
of water? Is there
Nope.
a puddle? Nothing.
I mean, there's probably some water from the melt off from the snow.
Sure.
around the area, but yeah.
Is there a definitive burn line that leads away from them to another location?
No.
Well, let's do the opposite of what they did. Let's spread out. Let's get as far away from each other, but still be in sight of each other. And then we'll ease in. That would be my recommendation.
All right. Is there a back door to this place? Can I move around and see if I can see a back door?
Well, like I said, you can see obviously the buildings on each side of it are kind of leveled, so you want to start walking around there?
Yeah, if I can just walk.
How close you want to get to the house?
I'm keeping a radius, so wherever we were, and it felt okay, I'm trying to keep that same distance, so maybe, 50
Okay.
feet.
Like 100 feet.
Okay, 100 feet, yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to get a general feel for it and definitely start tossing nuts ahead of myself.
So you toss it.
Then waiting.
You toss a nut ahead of yourself, and boom! Lightning comes out and strikes it before it even hits the ground.
All righty.
There's a big crack of
Hey,
thunder.
Doc, I saw that one.
And yeah, you can see there is a back door to the house.
I toss a nut towards the back door.
Boom! It gets struck by lightning like not 5 feet in front of you. You feel the shock of it, and like all the hair on your body is standing straight up.
Holy shit. Hey, and she's gonna shout back, "Hey, Brick, pick up one of those bodies and throw it. See what happens when you throw it into the ring." Or are they already like in that?
Throw
radius?
Yeah, they're already in the
They're
range.
already within there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one got in range of effect and chained the others.
I'm gonna my backpack and pull out like a handful of these like small steel ball bearings that I carry around, which are infinitely useful.
Mm-hmm.
Throw them, like scatter them. If the lightning doesn't hit some of them.
Okay. So you'd like take a handful and just tossing it, kind of spreading out, like throwing feed to the pigeons, kind of thing.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Okay. Multiple strikes of lightning come down simultaneously, striking these ball bearings. The majority of them, anyway. I want you and the doc to tell me how you try not to die.
Nice.
How what?
How do you try not to die just from the sheer force of this multiple? Like, how many ball bearings do you think you had in your hand at one time? Maybe 20?
Yeah, something like a dozen to a 20, something like that.
So let's say there are 15 or 17 lightning strikes all like right in front of you, practically, simultaneously. There's gonna be a big blast and a lot of force. It's gonna throw you back. So how do you just tell me how you react to this or how you're protecting against it, etc.
Well, it would be a shock, so we would stop, drop, and roll.
Okay. Now keep in mind, this is a challenge.
I suppose. See, as I throw these out, and the lightning crashing down and just explodes in front of me, I feel the concussive force blast me in the chest, and I immediately let my feet go, but he's being fall to the ground, tumble and roll to absorb as much of the shock as possible, stay flat.
Okay. And the doc, you said you just stop, drop, and roll?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I would love to just emote a whole bunch of BS and all these things that he could and would do, but It's going to be a sudden sort of explosive concussive thing. So
Okay.
to pull all of his limbs in, make a ball, and open his mouth and go for it is about all he can really do. Is just gut reaction and try to go with it and try not to break anything on the way down.
So Doc takes the worst of the shock. You hit the ground rolling, Brick, and it hurts. The wind's completely knocked out of you. You're missing a good portion of your hair. That cloak you had is just wrecked and destroyed. You're smoking from all points on your body, and you're pretty sure you have some broken ribs as well. Doc, do you want to use a hand of God to try and save your life? Meaning you burn an attribute point.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the disadvantage there? Well, he's got true grit. True grit's the one where you don't really feel pain and all that.
Yeah, that one falls under body. Yeah.
Willpower. That's a willpower. Yeah.
And what's your willpower score right now?
And a 1. And he has 3 body aspects: a woodsman, survivor, and tireless. So if you kill one of your attributes,
you don't lose the descriptor. You're just your attribute is temporarily reduced by 1.
I got you. Well, I'm gonna say that we can lose any of them. So let me say that the one that makes the most sense is a body. He's gonna take a body. We'll do an act of God, and it reduces body to 2. And he won't feel the pain because he's got the true grit, so he's going to be able to shake it off. He is tireless, and he's had plenty of sleep. He's a pretty tough bastard. I mean, he's got survivor, tireless, and true grit. So if he can survive, he'll be able to shake it off better than most. So we'll do that. I'll take the body hit, and then
so you end up much in the same condition as
I was going with that classic Russian stoic, Iron Man kind of thing. Even though he's not a big tough guy, he's a lean tough guy.
You end up much in the same condition as your comrade Brick over there. Your light bulb explodes. Your mag light also explodes.
Nice.
The batteries and the light itself. And mag rod fire starter, what's that?
Hold on. The magnesium. It's a small rod of magnesium. You use it. You scrape it with a piece of steel, and it puts sparks, so you can start fires.
It would burn, right? Yeah. No, it wouldn't. No. Okay.
No, it requires a stimulus to burn. I mean, it could.
Gotcha.
It could shatter. It would probably shatter under that case.
Brick.
In little pieces. Grenades.
Brick, how much ammo did you have on? Oh shit! Brick has grenades too.
Yeah. See, each one of those holds a clip, so there'd be 4 clips for the AR plus the 1 in the gun itself. Additionally, there'd be 2 spare clips for the rifle plus the 1 in the pistol itself.
Okay. You're going to have to spend a hand of God point as well if you want to stay alive, because your grenades are all going to go off. The ammunition all explodes as well, so the clips are ruined and the guns are ruined. But
I mean, I know it's a tough thing to say now in hindsight, but guns and explosives are a bad idea to bring into the zone.
Yeah, you say that until you need them. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So just reduce one of your attributes, whichever one you think is appropriate, by 1 point for now. And and so we'll say maybe the grenades you managed to they managed to fly free, so that it didn't just completely blew to smithereens. But you're all bloodied and burnt up and fucked up too. So, Recon, you've seen all of this. Oh, yeah. All those little baggies of heroin you had in your pockets also like
Oh,
burst,
fuck.
and
That's not gonna go
and
well.
that shit's gone too.
It's karma from the zone. They want you to stop.
So, Recon, you see this. You see them both thrown back bodily from this massive strike of lightning. But you also notice that few of the ball bearings didn't get struck, and they're resting on the body of the nearest dead Institute person.
The ones that are on the body.
Mm-hmm.
Never strikes the same place twice.
Oh dear.
Once we've all recovered and we've gotten our bearing,
I feel like you guys are going to need a few minutes.
yeah.
Yeah, Recon will kind of come back over and you guys all right? That fuck, man.
Why don't we throw one?
Right.
When we bring up the thing about the ball bearings and it comes up, why don't we try throwing one small thing at one of the bodies? Actually, drop it on the body and see if it lightnings that.
All right, I'll toss one.
Nothing happens.
Okay, so how
close do the bodies get to the door?
Yeah, exactly.
10 feet from the front porch.
Okay,
You'll have to leap from body to body.
Wait. If the two of us go first and Brick follows up behind us and picks a body up with him, then he could toss the body and hopefully it wouldn't get struck by lightning. But it didn't affect anything that was alive, so it's going to strike lightning. So maybe you could bring part of a body so he doesn't have to use a whole body, like a leg, and toss a leg up ahead. And that way, maybe we'd still survive.
I was kind of thinking of doing something like that. But I want to pick up, do these guys have any guns?
Well, they had guns, but their guns are in much the same state as yours now. It looks like the clips exploded from within them. And, they're damaged beyond repair. You still got your tomahawks.
Yeah, I know.
Well, why don't you, as a thought, if you went up ahead with something that we could step on, like a leg or a torso or even a batch.
Take the bodies, man, and you said it's like 10 feet from here to the door. I've already said.
If you throw something there so that it's 5 feet away.
Yeah, it's 100 feet from here to the door, but you've got these bodies spread out every few feet up ahead of you.
So if we have to use these,
I'm just gonna start straightening them out like a damn.
Hold on! Don't move them. You don't. It's not hitting. It's not going to hit the same place twice. All right. How about this? Before we go any further, step back. Go back to one of the spots where you threw a ball bearing and it struck that ball bearing, and throw a rock and try to hit that exact same spot and see if the lightning hits it.
I guess I'll humor the doctor here and do that.
So you pick up like a rock and throw it there? And when the rock kind of lands... Huh?
Sure.
Sorry, I think you were breaking up on me. But yeah, I think you said you're going to throw a rock at one of the ball bearing spots, right?
Yes.
Okay, and when you do so, a bolt of lightning comes down and hits the rock.
Damn it. All right, it has to do with the bodies then. Anyway, if you took a leg and you threw it from as far as you could throw it, like standing on the almost last body, and put it like 5 feet away.
Okay.
Then we could hop over to the next body, onto the leg, and then hop, and it would be 5.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Off one of these legs at the knee, and hurl it as far as I can towards the place.
Wait, so what are you doing? You're walking up to the body and you're gonna hack off a leg?
Oh.
Like the closest body, yeah. I wanna just right there at the kneecap.
Okay, as you step up to the body,
Oh boy.
you get struck by lightning.
Jesus Christ.
Lightning.
Huh?
I think he said "fuck me."
Yeah, he's breaking up. I can't hear him. So Brick steps up with his axe in hand, going up to hack off a leg off this body. And just as he reaches up to it, he's raising the axe. Lightning comes down and strikes him. You can't see shit, but you swear you could see the bones glowing through his body for a moment as some of his flesh melts off and he drops to the ground.
Oh, jeez.
See, this is what I was talking about. You mess with the zone, and the zone messes with you.
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
So you now have an extra body.
So he's dead?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
dead.
he's dead. Yeah, I wasn't gonna let him spend
Okay.
another hand of God on the same exact thing.
Oh,
Okay,
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, good. For the moment, anyway. But
Did
So,
you hear
yeah.
what?
Okay.
Did you hear what happened to Brick?
Not really.
oh, you're dead.
I'm a hand of God, or what the fuck ever.
You can't do it again.
No, I'm not. I point
Huh?
the blow. Why not? I still got points.
Give me a really good description as to how that would work. I don't think you can do it twice in the same thing, but maybe. How do you save yourself again with the hand of God?
Well, seek the fastest path to the ground, right? So travel through the axe, over my metal armor, down through the into the body. It would still hurt like a son of a bitch.
Okay.
Smolder.
Okay, so the axe is
but,
gone now, and the armor is ruined. And yeah, you're hurting like hell, and he stinks even worse than before.
Okay.
He smells like
hell.
a wet dog thrown into a fire. So yeah, stepping up to the body was a bad idea.
Well, I'm at a loss here.
Should have brought
Okay.
some fucking peaches with us. Can we craft one? Is there enough metal around here?
Yeah, that was the next thought. Was those are some of the things that we could have developed afterwards, but
Something
kind of stuck.
pretty simple that you're missing.
Hmm.
Is there any sort of
Is around here?
are there any power lines or utility switches or anything like that?
They're all down from the constant storms, all lines.
Mm.
There's no power probably anyway in the area, but yeah.
Yeah, it might have been a generator or something like that. You say easy, I'm missing it here.
Is there a manhole cover around here? We just go underground again?
No. Like he
It
walked
just pops up
he
right
walked,
in the middle of the room.
he walked up to the body, and as he did so, he got struck by lightning. because to hack off the leg, you have to stand right beside it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
What
can't
if we
stand.
crawl and just stay low to the ground, right? Lightning finds the fastest way to the ground. We just need something fucking higher than us.
Try
You
rolling
can't-
one of your
you
ball
can't-
bearing.
If you can't stand beside the body,
Oh, just try standing on.
Can I jump onto it?
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus.
I jump on a body.
nothing happens.
Ugh. I didn't hear that he didn't stand on the body, because that's what I was saying earlier. I missed it.
All right.
Yeah, the actual body is the whole point. You had to be standing on the body. That's why I was saying throw a leg up there. Okay,
Uh,
so I guess we'll toss her one of the
Right.
axes and cut off a leg.
Okay. I guess
And
I
you've only
have
got
to.
you've only got one axe left anyway. The other one was.
Well, then what are you thinking to do?
I have no idea. I'm probably not strong enough to move the bodies myself.
Okay, so you said
Lay down on the body and then
No.
roll over into like a blanket. Stand up.
I don't
See
think
if that works.
I don't think it's the dead body. I think it's the location of the burn spot. I mean, I guess it could be the burn. It could be the body, but it's also striking every rock and every ball bearing and anything else you throw, which has nothing to do with a body being living or dead.
But it's the zone. It doesn't have to have
And it
anything
does-
to do with it by our
Yeah, I think it just has to do
logic.
with the location of where it is. Maybe if you just walk on the body's hip, hopscotching it, you get to the very end. Maybe it won't strike us from 10 feet away.
Well, you guys can do it. I've been fucking hit by like twice. All right. Turn to step up to fucking bat.
All right. Yeah, she'll jump to the next one.
Nothing happens.
Hey, raccoon.
So it's when I touch the ground, isn't it?
No, don't touch the ground.
Do you want to touch the ground?
No,
Yeah,
no, I'm
don't-
not touching the ground.
Don't touch the ground.
Sure.
Good luck, raccoon.
I'm just
Thanks,
fucking
Doc.
with
I would say you could come too, but I'm not sure you can see where to jump.
Oh, I see where you're going. Go ahead and jump on the next body.
You can't see the next body. But fine, she'll jump
Just
to the next
focus.
one.
Just focus.
All right.
you. Yeah. No problem. So you're leaping from body to body and you seem to
Uh-huh.
be fine.
I get to the last one.
Yep. And like I said, it's about 10 feet away from the steps on the porch.
Guys, now what?
Throw a nut.
I take my coat off, and I throw my coat
Onto what?
onto the ground between me and the door.
Okay. And there's another strike of lightning. The coat is, the coat's already black anyway, but yeah, the coat's smoking black now.
I nut onto the coat.
You throw, what was the coat made out of, by the way?
Human flesh.
No, it's just like one of those. God, I don't know.
I
Just
gotta look at that character.
big
again. Hold on a
trench
second.
coat.
Pig leather.
Oh yeah, your character picture doesn't have a coat, so
It was black pig leather.
Yeah, it probably would have been leather, honestly.
okay. So you throw the nut onto the coat, and nothing happens.
Yep.
Yay!
Takes a deep breath, crosses herself, and jumps to the coat.
And you're still alive.
Tosses a nut onto the stair. or the doorway.
Nothing happens.
Ugh.
All right, here goes. I'm making a leap for the building, and jumps.
Yep, and you leap onto the stairs, and you're okay. And you can hear a voice coming
Oh,
from
thank
inside the house.
A voice?
It's
Okay.
speaking in French, and it seems to be giving some kind of a detailed report on dangerous weather in the area.
Nice.
Super. Do I see an artifact? What's in the
You
room?
can go into the house,
Yeah,
go up and open the door and look in.
I've got.
The door opens into the living
Yeah.
room of the house, and you can see an old kind of radio, like a battery-operated boombox radio sitting on a table. Just repeat playing this weather report over and over again.
All right. It's just that little radio.
Mm-hmm. And actually, they do
Uh,
mention the date, and the date it's referring to is 13 years ago.
Okay. I've got my little nut on a string. Dink it up against the radio and see if it touches it and if anything happens.
Yeah, it just dinks up against the radio and falls down in front of it.
I turn the radio off.
The radio's already off.
Oh, it's already off. Oh.
Yep.
Of it.
Hmm?
But so it's off, but there's still a voice coming out of it.
Yep, it's not plugged in either.
It's
Oh.
the zone.
Gosh, I guess I just pick it up.
Okay.
Then I walk to the door and I jump to the coat.
Yep. Make your way back to the guys.
Yeah.
Now, what kind of a mood are you in? Honestly, at this stage.
She's
When she gets there, he's holding a handful of pain relievers.
What kind of
glad
mood
to
is
see
she in?
that. She's not in a great mood.
Yeah. So as she
This
comes
has been
out,
a shit day.
actually, as she's inside the house, guys, the sky starts to darken.
Oh
and it's-
no.
The temperature rises just above freezing, to like that 33, 34 degree Fahrenheit range.
Oh no.
And it starts to just bucket down rain.
Nice.
As I exit the house, is it raining on me?
Yeah, it's just raining on
Okay.
everything.
She hates being cold and wet, so she's just in a worse mood now.
And it rains even harder. And the wind starts to blow and it's cold.
Fantastic. Just fucking awesome.
And you can see all the snow outside the little area around the house there is like melting
Oh.
away from this rain. It's turning into sludge and
Blizzards.
mud.
Does she make it to us?
Yeah.
Take this handful of pain relievers.
Alright, here, Doc, you take the radio. Give me that.
Doc will smile the biggest smile he ever smiled because he's dead in the zone and he's just so happy to be alive.
And what kind of mood? So Doc's happy, yeah?
Yeah, oh yeah, he's very happy. He's in the zone.
And the
He's
rain
in
stops.
the zone.
Fucking puns. Only good puns, you said. Yeah. So the rain stops as soon as you hand the radio over to the doc and you pop the pills. Peeks out from the clouds and feels warm. You can feel the temperature rising. And now you're still standing in mud, but
Okay, so let's head back. Let's make not metagaming or anything like that because I know you got to be dead sleep, dude. This is got to be like 6 in the morning for you.
it's all good.
Yeah,
You guys make your way back
Yeah, exactly.
Out of the
Just
zone.
tell us if there's any encounters, and we will sleep and eat and do whatever we need to do in between.
And
Um,
have some serious side effects.
Yeah, it's early morning at this stage. So yeah, I mean, you guys, you got a 25 kilometer hike, but you can make that in the day if you make it back there before dark.
Do we pass by any apothecaries or pharmacies or?
Yeah,
You know,
you pass by an apothecary.
yeah, we'll try to stop in there and see if they have anything.
It's been looted completely. Long time ago.
Yeah, I figured.
Recon's like
you guys-
sweating and
Well,
Like, throwing up every now and then, and her eyes are bloodshot. And
I've got a
You
full.
guys make it back.
Yeah, I've got a medical kit, so we can keep her doing a little bit. Go ahead.
You guys make it back to the fence. You manage to with a stroke of luck, not run into a patrol, and you can get through pretty quickly. Once you're back in Toulouse, what do you do?
Well, I'm gonna say, because the zone loves me and I love the zone, that I'm gonna hold on to it and stay outside the immediate area in his little cubby where he was holding all his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And let's send. Well, can't send Recon by herself because she'll go get stoned. I guess
Recon pretty much as soon as we get someplace, she's gonna be like, "Look, I'll meet back up with you guys in a few hours. I'll be back."
Hold on. We went through all this to get our money. Let's at least follow through with it, and then you go do whatever.
We'll get the fucking money in a few hours. We'll get it in a few hours.
Just out of curiosity, Recon, we're talking about $1 million, €1 million here. Do you trust these guys enough to leave them with the artifact for a few hours?
I think she's too withdrawn to care.
Yeah, she doesn't
Okay.
She can't process that risk reward.
So, the important question then is when Recon goes off to make her score, because she has to go back and collect her money first and then go do it. Do you guys wait for her, or do you just go to collect the money?
I would say let's send the big guy into the town, and I'm gonna stay outside the town with the device so that nobody else affects it.
Oh,
and
okay.
and let him deal with the people, and that way we won't get shot for it or anything else. They have to actually come to us.
Are you cool with that, Brick?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Because they
Yeah.
won't know that I'm blind, and they won't know that I don't have a gun trained on them or anything like that.
You got a phone number for Fink.
True.
I'll go to a payphone then and call him.
Yeah, Fink here.
Yes, it's Brick here. We got the thing. Pick it up at this location.
Oh, you wanted to come pick it up?
Yeah, it's been a lot of trouble, to say the least, and we'll be waiting for you with the package.
All right, I'll be down there in half an hour. Black car.
Just happens to have €1 million rolling around.
I'll see you there.
So, about 45 minutes later, Brink will arrive at the spot. Your little kind of, what is it, like a flop house or something, John? What is this place? Where you
No,
stash
it
your
was
shit?
it was like an abandoned building, but not like
Okay.
completely dilapidated. He's just going to be able to. It's nowhere anybody would want to live.
Mhm.
More than likely, there's some vagrants there, but they're not going to be very.
So a pretty good sized car pulls up out front. You know what? It's a big black Bentley.
Gotcha.
And Fink gets out, and he walks over towards your building.
Is where's Brick?
I presume he went back there, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be out front waiting for the guy or whatever.
And this is only an hour in, so I assume that the raccoon is floating in Happy Land.
She's probably still waiting to make her score.
Gotcha.
So Fink says, so you got the artifact?
Yes.
Yeah. You got the payment, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, where is it? Let's see it.
He says, well, I couldn't bring the full $1 million.
Does he show a full
I
million?
might only be able to give you. See what you got, huh?
Well, I got $250K in cash, but I can get you the other $750. We just got to drive to Paris.
That's a no-go there, buddy. You said that we'd have $1 million upon delivery of the item, and I'm seeing only a quarter of that.
No, I said you get $1 million for bringing the item back.
At this point, Doc Boris is a little less happy, and he's been waiting patiently and calmly, and he's going to push a little bit of anger just to see what happens.
Okay, it starts to cloud up outside. You can hear thunder rumbling in the distance. Look, I got 250,000 here, which I'm happy to give to you. If you want to come with me to Paris, you can get the rest. And then you guys can go retire, do whatever the hell you want. Where's the girl? Did she bite it?
I don't know.
No, she's watching you through the scope of a rifle. Now,
through the scope? What's this, some kind of setup?
No, not at all.
You're gonna try to rob me?
What you're gonna do is you'll get the $1 million and you'll bring it to us, and then we'll give you the device as promised.
You want me to drive to Paris and get the money and come all the way back with you?
You wanted us to go in the zone. You wanted us to go into the zone to get this item to come back, and you didn't give us a time limit. So why don't you just think that we're still in the zone and go get that $1 million like you promised and bring it back?
Listen, just come with me. We drive down to Paris. You guys can have a nice little relaxation in the capital, get away from all this zone shit for a while.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling like going to Paris, buddy. I want my money, bar, and have a stiff fucking drink. No, if you could tell, but I've been through the fucking ringer. Pretty foul mood, getting fouler by the second. Once you sort this, you'll get your goddamn item.
Doc Boris is going to focus and picture this car. And when he gets a good image of where the car is, he is going to think hot flash, think lightning, and just focus on the car.
And thunder starts to pick up. It starts to rain. He says, okay, I'll go get the money. Fucking hell, you stalkers are difficult. He starts walking back to his car. And, Recon, did you want to have a scene? Is that what you're saying, Taylor?
No.
I think she's high somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know. Okay. He gets in his car, and you hear the sound. You hear multiple sounds all at once. You hear engines, like practically not quite redlining, but running hot and approaching quickly, Doc. And you hear the sound of a helicopter.
Okay, so Brick is right next to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, he's going to move closer to Brick, and he's just going to scream in rage while holding on to that stand as close to Brick as he can.
Okay. And a big storm starts to kick up. It starts thundering and flashing lightning. And just like horrible storm starts, almost instantly as vehicles start to come around the corner and down the road. You see armored vehicles approaching with mounted guns on top and military-looking personnel on them. And they will start laying fire into your building. Heavy, high-caliber, fully automatic fire.
I'm gonna grab, Deadeye here, and throw him into the building and lay as flat as fucking possible up against a wall or something.
Okay. And they continue this firing these massive guns into the building, busting out big chunks of wall. After this goes on for a good, probably nearly 60 seconds or so. And then you hear a voice over a megaphone say, "We've got you surrounded. You might as well come out. You don't have to die. You can still keep the 250K if you come out now."
Oh man.
It's not Fink's voice.
I wish I had my guns, my grenades. Oh man.
Don't you?
Brick's had a really fucking bad day.
Tomahawk left. One tomahawk.
Oh man, I'm just seeing fucking red. Phew.
All right.
Come out now, or we'll drop that whole building down on top of you.
Is there anything else? Is there anything else there? Is there an old TV? Is there a alarm clock? Just grab one of those items and walk out there and give it to him and get away from the gunfire, so at least you're safe. And then just say that I got shot. They won't know the difference.
Can you do that, Brick?
I suppose so.
Did you grab the TV and start walking out? Describe to me how you want to do this.
Yeah, whatever. I'll grab the bullshit and start fucking put my hands up. Oh man.
How are you going to hold your hands up if you're carrying a TV?
Over his head.
It's probably not a big TV, right? I'm thinking, is it one of them smaller, portable ones?
It's Europe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
One of those little cube TVs.
Okay. So you're holding it up over your head as you walk out?
No, No, I'll hold it in front of me.
Okay. You step out. You can see, you see in front of you, as far as you can tell, you see 4 of these armored vehicles, 2 on the left, 2 on the right. Big, huge, probably 50 caliber, machine gun kind of turrets pointed at the house. And you, Doc, hear a single loud crack. You probably don't have time to hear it, Brick, as the bullet enters the front of your forehead in about a quarter-size hole and enters out the back of your head in the size of a fist.
Seeing that coming a mile of fucking way, man.
Sniper fire. Bam! And at this point in
That's
time, then armed personnel start pouring out of the vehicles and start moving towards the house.
Mm-mm-mm. Well, this is a kettle of fish.
And you got about a dozen soldiers moving into your house, moving on your house. Doc,
Yeah, that was a good run.
how do you how do you want to greet them, or what do you want to
Well,
do?
there was no lightning when he was asking for it, so it's not going to happen.
There is lightning, but it's not striking where you were like wishing to. You weren't able to command it to hit a specific location. There's a good storm going on outside. The helicopter seems to have gone away.
Well, I'm just going to hold the boombox to my chest and make my way out the door.
Okay, well, you'll be met by these men at the door. They'll take the radio away from you. They'll check you for any kind of weapons or anything else. You aren't carrying any
Yep.
weapons or anything, right?
Nah, his normal stuff, knives and such. They can have those.
Yeah. They'll probably disarm you, and after calling in some orders over their little like kind of headset things, they'll arrest you and take you away with them.
Sweet.
They just leave Brick lying there in the street in front of your house, or actually on the steps in front of your house.
A broken brick in front of an old ruined building.
And we see Recon shooting up in an alley somewhere.
It's like the end of a like a Sin City comic. Everybody's dead or shooting up.
Later on, Recon, you'll probably go back to the house to meet up with the guys, and you'll see the house has been just shot to shit. You'll see Brick laying there on the ground with a fist-sized exit wound out the back of his skull. Big empty brain box. No sign of the doc or the item anywhere.
She'll just kind of look down at Brick and go, "See? And you thought I was gonna get myself killed."
And who knows what happens to the doc. Maybe they force him to work for the Institute. Probably. That's probably what they would try to do anyway.
Sure.
You were a scientist after all.
Absolutely. And a mutant.
So yeah, so thanks for playing, guys.
No, that was fun.
Just
Yeah, thanks, Ian.
just so you guys know, because we never really specifically said during the session, but the reason the doc could kind of detect things and knew where things were a lot of times is he has a type of extrasensory perception.
Oh, cool.
Something
Yeah,
that
that's
he's
what the
developed
lump on his
recently.
forehead was. He's actually a mutant. He got affected from living in there. So while he is blind, he's got like an echolocation kind of thing. If he's real quiet and focused, he can see.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very cool. Like the note that I was saying, the only thing that would probably make it that much sweeter for the system, not the game itself, was that if each of these unusual occurrences had a chance to affect them in a Call of Cthulhu insanity check kind of way, a sanity check, or a stress thing where if you got caught up in one of these things, it actually caused you stress and reduced your ability to do other things. It had an effect other than just being interesting, having all these cool things happen around them. You know what I mean?
That would be a cool mechanic where if you hit a certain threshold.
If you're playing like campaign play, and I haven't even really bothered reading too much on the campaign style stuff because I've never run a campaign in it and just done one shots, but you can develop your character over time. You can remove drawbacks. You can gain new drawbacks. Things like that. You can learn new abilities and stuff too. But there's
Very cool.
rules about that in the book. But like I said, I've only ever really run one shots for the most part, so I'm not got that far into it.
It's a really cool setting. I like the setting. I like the idea behind it.
Mhm.
Man, if you guys would have just taken the 250K, you'd had that money.
You'd have
Or
lived.
if you'd gone with him to Paris, you never would have made it to Paris.
Yeah,
of course
that we all saw that happening. You end up
Yeah.
dead in a ditch somewhere.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping
But they
that
were
the light.
they were willing to part with the 250K.
I was
They weren't
hoping
gonna
he'd.
part with the full
I was
million.
hoping he was going to catch the bolt of lightning, and then we could move on from there.
Yeah. Broadcast now, so thanks for playing. Thanks for watching. We had like
Oh no,
3 or 4 viewers, actually up to like 5 or 6 viewers at one point, steadily throughout. So thanks for watching, guys. Hope you enjoyed it.
very cool.
And play Stalker, buy Stalker. You can get it in PDF on DriveThruRPG, or you can order print on-demand copies through Lulu. So, Stalker, the sci-fi role-playing game by Burger Games.